Good afternoon, Michigan. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma here. Let me know if you guys can hear me. We're going to get started right off the bat here with a severe thunderstorm warning here just before noon. It is 11:59 and 50 seconds. This is going to be for southeast Michigan. Thank you, Luna, here watching on Twitch. So we'll zoom down to it. The storm has been exhibiting some stronger pockets of wind here in the last couple of minutes, and the National Weather Service Detroit has decided to go ahead and pull the trigger on it. So anywhere you see in this orange box here on your screen, I'm going to go ahead and loop the wind. Again, this is your velocity radar, so this is the measurement of how intense the winds are. The brighter the red, the heavier the winds. National Weather Service in Detroit, Pontiac has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Monroe and southwestern Wayne County and southeastern Michigan until 12:45 p.m. At 11:57 a.m., severe thunderstorm was located near Carlton, moving east at 30 miles per hour. But you can see by the box here, it looks like it's moving more southeast-ish as given here. Again, that orange box is your severe thunderstorm warning. Hazard with this is 60 mile per hour winds, and it is radar indicated. Source or impact is expect damage to roof siding and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near Flat Rock and Trenton around 12:05 and Grosse Ile around 12:15. Other locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Brownstown Township, Gibraltar, Willow, New Boston, South Rockwood, Woodhaven, Riverview, Rockwood, Waltz, and Estrel Beach. Again, this is 60 mile per hour winds and no hail is the threat with this one. Got Drew in here, I believe. Hold on, let me put my earbuds in so I can hear you, Drew. That would help. All right, speak now. Give me 1 second. Audio. Yep. Can y'all hear Drew? Drew, speak.
Testing. Can anyone hear me?
Okay, now we're getting you. So again, for those just tuning in, severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe and Wayne County. I'm going to get that set up here for you, Drew, real quick.
They cannot hear me, Joel.
Yeah, they can. They should now.
How about now? Yes? Sweet. Also, Joel, you're a little quiet on my end. I don't know if that's something I need to do on my part, but...
It's just my mic.
Okay.
Again, the orange box you see on your screen is the new severe thunderstorm warning. The special alert statement, we also had a couple back here off along the 94 corridor. The one for Jackson has been canceled. However, the one for Kalamazoo County does continue. I would not be surprised if they add a severe thunderstorm warning for the Kalamazoo storm soon, as this one appears to be gusting out a little bit as well. Although from the Grand Rapids radar, it does not appear so. It has that shape to it, Drew, that kind of looks like it's bowing out a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on it. But right now, again, the main concern is down here in extreme southern Wayne County. If you're, for whatever reason, hearing the sirens right now in Wayne County, that is because of the severe thunderstorm warning that does impact Trenton, Willow, and Flat Rock, as well as Gibraltar here, and Woodhaven, all in southeastern Michigan here near our Lake Erie. Gonna go ahead and update a prompt here if you want to chime in, Drew. Also, did you get the graphic? Drew? So you can see quite the picture out there this afternoon. Well, I should say, yeah, now this afternoon. It's now 12:04 here on this Thursday, June 26th. Every little cell on here is denoted by these colors on radar. Again, the heavier the rain, the more likely it's going to be red and purple on here. And again, some hail might mix in some of these stronger updrafts. Likely underneath an inch today, but again, statewide, 1 to 4% chance of a storm producing severe hail, which is 1 inch in diameter. So again, the main hazard today is damaging winds. We just posted our severe weather outlook forecast about a half hour ago on the Facebook page, X, Instagram, and Threads. Our username for each is MI Storm Chasers. You can go ahead and check that out. It is pinned on Facebook as well. Again, our username for Facebook is just Michigan Storm Chasers with the blue verification mark. Yeah, I think Drew's distracted as well.
Trying to get a few things set up here. Trying to fix audio too. You're really quiet on my end, so I'm trying to see if I can adjust that.
We'll go zoom down here to our street view real quick just to see where these winds are currently at. Again, this pocket of red, the brighter red, is where the winds are, if anything. Right now, traveling right down Will Canton Road, I believe is what it's called. No, Will Carlton Road at Port Creek. So pretty much about to enter Flat Rock, as well as traveling down here on River Drive, Van Horn Road, pretty much all east of Romine Road and Briar Hill Road right now. So again, this is moving into Flat Rock here in a couple moments. Then we have Woodhaven and Rockwood here in the next probably 5 to 10 minutes. So the storm will only be in the state probably for another half hour at most. Again, this warning is in effect until 12:45 at the latest. Yeah, we do have Ryan out there chasing today. Pull his cam back up. He has a nice view on that right now. I believe. Let me turn on his spotter dots here. He was on the Jackson still. Go ahead and figure this out here real quick. He's looking at the severe thunderstorm in the distance to the east.
Just like Joel was mentioning, a lot of these storms are just kind of popping up. We have a lot of juice out there in the atmosphere, a lot of instability, really humid out as well. So a lot of these popcorn storms, we like to call them, are popping up everywhere. And just like Joel was kind of mentioning earlier on, a lot of these storms are just going to have mainly a wind threat. Kind of like what we had 2 days ago where we had like a downburst threat, microburst threat. That's kind of what we're seeing mainly for today. We just have a lot of instability. We don't really have the shear for anything else or the lapse rates for anything too significant in terms of hail or tornadoes.
The only spot I would say for a brief spin up today would be along that front. Again, it's going to be draped across the 96-69 corridor. Couple of high-res models this morning depicted a little bit of shear along the front, and perhaps later this evening, as we do have a second line that's supposed to move in from Wisconsin overnight. We'll keep an eye on it, of course. But again, the main hazard day is damaging winds and not tornadoes. So kind of similar to what we saw the last couple days here in Michigan, where it's pop-ups everywhere and anywhere. And, you might not see a storm today, but 5 miles down the road, it gets torrential downpour and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So keep that in mind. Again, right now, at least in my place here up in Mount Pleasant, completely sunny skies out there, and it's going to be the case for most that are not in a storm today. So when you're not storming, it'll be a nice hot summer day. We do have a spotter network report from Vicksburg here on the storm in Kalamazoo. 45 to 50 mile per hour estimated gust with this gust front here. So that is getting close to severe limits. Again, it is already special weather statemented, and that will be moving into southwest Calhoun County here towards Athens and Burlington in the near future. I need a good storm motion vector on this. I'm not seeing a whole lot here on the DTX radar, so I'm going to change this. Let's go to the Detroit airport radar here and kind of see exactly where the gustiest winds are. There they are. So I don't know where they were at. The terminal Doppler radar here at the airport depicts it better. This gustiest winds just are impacting Flat Rock right now. Rockwood in the next minute or two, if not already, and Woodhaven as well in the next minute or two if this can move a little bit further north. Millville Beach, Gibraltar, Trenton up next, 5 to 10 minutes there. Make sure you are at least inside and away from exterior walls with trees next to them, just in case the trees do come down. Again, this is just a damaging wind risk. There's no hail expected with the storm and no tornadoes.
Those that are wondering, we have four storms obviously off to the west. So just kind of picture it kind of like 2 days ago. We just had widespread pop-up storms throughout the state, mainly in southern Michigan, south of Interstate 96. And we're expecting these storms to just continue to pop off and move, generally speaking, from a west to east direction. So your location might get one storm, but that doesn't mean you can't get technically another storm. So
Correct.
That's the nature of these pop-up storms, and we get during the afternoon. We'll probably have them, Joel, throughout the majority of today, and then we'll have to keep an eye on that front during the evening as we have our low-level shear kind of pick up a little bit.
Yes, sir. And we do have Ryan in the bottom left corner of your screen. You can see actually on radar here from the terminal Doppler radar, new downburst ongoing on M50 between Tecumseh and Britain. This is Ryan's neck of the woods. Again, he is chasing that right now. He's just a couple miles away, has a view on it. And again, this is pretty stationary, but moving gradually off to the east. So right down M50 towards Britain here in Lenawee County. So it's a new downburst there you can see on your screen, as well as the severe thunderstorm warning, which is producing perhaps up to 60-mile-per-hour winds as it heads into Rockwood, about to cross over I-75. In fact, that latest scan really kind of depicts it right in there. There's your brighter reds and yellows between Flat Rock and Rockwood. Shout out to Red Dozier. As always, always see you in here. Thank you, Red, for being our one of our longtime donors, saying, received a quick shot of rain this morning. I was so happy about wet my pants, and now I don't have to go out and wet my plants. That's a good one. Thank you for that $50 super chat, and good play on words there, for sure. Appreciate you. As always, if you would like a question answered, it's optional to do, but feel free to drop a super chat here on YouTube. We are live currently here at 12:12 p.m. on June 26th. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma. We also Drew Brummel joining us at the bottom of the screen there. Again, we have the Michigan Storm Chasers tracking these storms across the state today as they go warned. Again, we have the severe thunderstorm warning now impacting Rockwood with winds up to 60 miles per hour, as well as South Rockwood there. And as I was mentioning, we are live right now on Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch TV if you would like to try out Twitch TV. Again, it's one of our newer sites. Feel free to try it out. Again, short delay if you watch it on Twitch. So again, what you're seeing on radar right now are all downburst couplets here, or outflow winds with gusty winds behind them. Again, there's no rotation in these storms. This right here is a classic downburst signature where you have the storm, basically a downburst for those who don't know. Downburst is basically a collapsing thunderstorm where the winds shoot down, spread out in all directions. And on this velocity radar, anything in green is winds heading towards the radar site. Anything in red is winds heading away. You can see the radar site's up here where TDTW is at. And the greens on the right side of the storm are heading towards the radar. The reds on the left side of the storm are heading away. So that shows you that these winds are blowing out in all directions. So right over M50 here between Tecumseh and Britain.
For those that are wondering, we're also keeping an eye on the cell in Kalamazoo County and Calhoun County. Currently just has a special weather statement on it right now for, I believe, 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. Yes, so we'll be keeping an eye on a few of those storms as well. Obviously, the main focus is off in southeast Michigan with that severe thunderstorm warning, but we're going to have to keep an eye on those storms off to the west as they continue to expand and grow and move off to the east. I also behind the scenes have a power outage map pulled off to the side here, so I wouldn't be shocked if a few of these storms, when they do become severe, do have a few downbursts or microbursts, which may cause a few power outages, kind of like how we had it 2 days ago.
And speaking of this storm down here, southeast corner of Kalamazoo County, there's a new special weather statement on it. It is 40-mile-per-hour winds, and they upped the hail size from no hail to pea size. So 0.25 inches in diameter, well below severe limits as it stands. And this is expected to impact locations such as Union City, Burlington, Fulton, Athens, and Pine Creek. You can see the special weather statement for Kalamazoo proper has been canceled, as this is now moving in to southwest Calhoun County. Otherwise, just 2 alerts out there today. Severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne, northern Monroe, and Kalamazoo into Calhoun County. Again, the tan boxes on your screen are special weather statements. Those are a step below severe, and the severe thunderstorm warnings are obviously your severe storms, denoted here in these thicker orange boxes. The blue box here you see on your screen is also a special marine warning, which is for our boaters out there on the Detroit River. So that is extending from Wyandotte down all the way onto Lake Erie. So as mentioned, we're looking at the velocity radar out here today. Again, anywhere you see reds on radar, that's winds moving away from the radar site. The brighter the color, the heavier the winds. If we switch it back to our severe thunderstorm here that is currently now moving into Millville Beach over near East Rockwood. The brighter the colors, the more intense the winds are going to be. So you can see how these bright reds turn to yellows right here. These are pixels of about 60 miles per hour, currently passing over Jefferson Avenue. Again, heading towards Millville Beach. It would be the same thing for green if there's any winds heading towards the radar site. So like for right here, for example, near Britain, these winds are blowing out and away from the storm towards the radar site. If they are brighter, that is more intense winds. So you can see back here near Hudson and Onset as well. Although it's elevated a little bit, some more intense winds here shown in the brighter greens. So again, greens heading towards, reds heading away from the radar site. We use this radar also for rotation, but we're not seeing that today. We do not expect any tornadoes today, but we did issue a narrow zone of 1 to 3% odds, mainly for perhaps a brief land spout or weak tornado along the front later today, if any storms can latch onto it. Otherwise, again, the main threat today is damaging winds.
Joel, I will mention just recently some updates behind the scenes here from our friends. Looks like we have some anticyclonic rotation with the cell in Clinton County right now.
Interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. Again, it would be right north of Bath, directly over Ballantine Road, about to cross over Babcock Road. Again, it's heading towards Langsburg at the current time. You can see there where the reds and greens are very close together. That would be anticyclonic rotation. I'm going to guess that it's more of a downburst at the current time, but it is very tight, so we'll keep an eye on it. We don't get too many anticyclonic storms here in Michigan, and again, that would be in the northern hemisphere. Everything rotates counterclockwise. This is a clockwise spinning storm right now in Langsburg, so very interesting. Just a heads up, if you are in Shiawassee County, southwest corner of Shiawassee County, is heading towards you. We'll keep an eye on that in the minutes to come. But right now, severe thunderstorm warning continues here. It has been trimmed, so Willow, Carlton, New Boston, you guys are in the clear for the severe thunderstorm warning. Gibraltar, Millville Beach, Rockwood, Trenton, all still in this warning. Flat Rock, it's over you right now, but I imagine the strongest of the winds are now off to your east. So still stay in shelter for another maybe 10 minutes, just in case.
Seeing a few questions asking about what's all happening today. Why are we getting all these storms today? The main reason, and Joel, you can add on this too if you want to, is due to the amount of instability we have. We have a lot of it. We have 3 times the amount needed for storms to fire. we are lacking a few ingredients, mainly our shear, for any of these storms to be, let's just say, more robust. We kind of have seen it throughout the past few days where we just have these popcorn kind of cells that pop up. So obviously our shear will slightly increase as the day goes along, but it's a little bit displaced right now. So that's what you get in these summertime storms. You have lake breezes and other boundaries kind of coming into play. You get these popcorn kind of cells with this how much instability is in play. We didn't see near as much instability yesterday. We had, I think, about 1,000 to 2,000 less. But once again, today we have, I believe, values now in the 3,000 range. Let me just double check this quick. Yeah, we even have values of 3,500 surface instability. And for those that are wondering what instability is, it's basically, in simple terms, storm juice for storms to take advantage of. So a lot of these cells will kind of quickly build up and then they'll collapse underneath themselves because they just don't have that support to maintain themselves. So that's why you just see a bunch of these pop-up cells throughout southern lower Michigan.
I don't need to add on to that. You did pretty good there. That is Ryan's cam right now. He is underneath the storm, still near Britain right now. I believe that's moving away from him. Ryan also repping the MSC merch out there again today. Holisty.co is our link for our merch. If you would like to support our operations and get a shirt in return or other weather merch, that is the place to go. So as you can see, there's like 50 different storms ongoing across southern Michigan today. This is your current radar for the entire state. You have storms in Wayne and Monroe County right now that are severe warned, given that orange box. Like a dozen different storms in a line there across Lenawee County, as well as southern Hillsdale. One giant storm near Branch County, or southern Branch County, into Steuben County, Indiana. Looking further north, you have a couple cells in Livingston County. You have that anticyclonic storm moving through Clinton County, heading into Shiawassee. Light rain shower near south of Mason. A couple cells north side of Calhoun County. And a whole batch of storms over here in Kalamazoo, St. Joseph, Cass, Van Buren County. And even some more cells starting to pop up back off there to the southwest in Berrien County. So you can see it's a very busy radar out there today. If you know where you're located on a county-based map like this, you're doing yourself a huge favor. There's a new special weather statement popping up at the bottom of the screen. It's going to be for Lenawee County here. It's going to be for this batch of storms here. I'm curious to see what the box looks like on this. This is going to be the entire
it just
county.
Popped up my end.
So the entire county of Lenawee is statemented now for this cluster here. So if you know you live anywhere in Lenawee County, you are now under a special weather statement. The special weather statement is in effect until 1:15 p.m. 40-mile-per-hour winds, pea-sized hail is possible. Also, new special weather statement coming in now for St. Joseph and Cass. That would be this line back here. Go ahead to the northern Indiana radar. That's going to be this cell actually showing a 1-inch hail indicator here. I'm going to go ahead and flip it into our upper levels just to see what's going on here. Taking a 3D slice behind the scenes, and yeah, there's a little bit of hail in this one, just a tad. All these cells right here also have an outflow boundary on it, but there could be some marble-sized hail, so about 0.5 inches in diameter, falling just to the east of Marcellus, south of Vicksburg here, even up into portions of Kalamazoo County. But it's mainly these cells right in here that could be producing some hail. Not severe yet, but we'll keep an eye on it. Go back to our storm here over Bath. It is still anticyclonic in nature right now, but it is very weak. So there are your new boxes on the screen. Lenawee County in effect for storm moving at 20 miles per hour off to the east for 40 mile per hour winds, pea-sized hail. Includes the entirety of Lenawee County except for this tiny sliver down here near Morenci. I also have this new special alert statement here you can see on your screen. That's basically an elongated rectangle. And this is in effect for a storm moving 25 miles per hour to the east with winds up to 50 miles per hour, pea-sized hail possible. So they're not going as large on the hail there. It did look like for a moment that the hail core, again, was up to about 25,000 feet. It's probably quickly collapsed by now. So some small hail possible as this heads towards Mendon and Colon eventually. But right now the main hazard will still be damaging winds. Go back to our Detroit Doppler radar here, terminal Doppler radar. The strongest of winds for the severe thunderstorm warning are now offshore. These are now over the river. So I imagine this warning is probably going to be canceled here about next 5 minutes. So Woodhaven, Flat Rock, you guys are good. Trenton should be all right. Rockwood, Gibraltar, Millville Beach. Wait a couple more minutes here for that. Again, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for this orange box here in southern Wayne and northern Monroe until 12:45 at the latest. Looks like Downburst Palooza here across Lenawee County. So prepare accordingly for some gusty winds. Not severe, but again, 40 mile per hour winds can still knock down some branches, knock over your trash cans.
I believe we have a new special weather statement in Joel for Calhoun County.
Yeah.
It'd be for winds in excess of 40 miles an hour. So just a strong wind threat for that.
Yeah. Grand Rapids area shows it pretty well here. This entire batch is pretty gusty. From Springport all the way down to Marshall right now, anywhere where these brighter greens are showing up.
Just a heads up for everyone, we're going to have more of these storms that will continue to pop up and strengthen throughout the day. So we're going to get pretty busy here, I would imagine, shortly with more statements probably more warnings as well as these storms just continue to mature. So just a heads up, we'll be covering all these storms, obviously, but that's what happens when it gets hotter out. You got the daytime heating. We're not even at peak heating yet. So I'd only assume that our Cape Valleys will only increase, which would probably increase the intensity of a few of these cells, Joel.
Yeah. So we have now 6 different boxes out there, with 5 of them being special weather statements and 1 being a severe thunderstorm warning. So if we can get back to our base reflectivity radar here, this is the intensity of your rain showers or perhaps small hail. Reds, pinks on radar is going to be your heavier rain. The greens and the blues and the yellows is moderate to light. So you can see the center of the storm is always going to be the heaviest. That is where the reds and pinks are denoted. Ryan says he's got a potential shot here. Or not. take his cam off for now. So we're about to be back into non-severe ops here in just a second. So this storm is now offshore, heading into southwest Ontario. But we are watching this very large swath of rain and downbursts here across Lenawee County. Again, this will be heading into Monroe County. You can see that right now it's actually heading into Monroe County near Dundee. And just as I was saying, there is your cancellation right at 12:30 as projected. I promise you I can't read into the future, but I do have a good sense of things here. Latest scan on the Calhoun County storm. Looks like an upper level mezzo on the Calhoun County storm here, Drew. But again, not mixed into the surface. Yeah. It's just gonna be gusty winds for now. We'll have to keep an eye on that. It's heading down 94, eventually towards Albion and Parma. So Jackson County, be on alert for a special alert statement in your neck of the woods here, probably in the next 15 minutes.
Another thing I want to kind of mention too is although these storms aren't severe and they just have some strong gusty winds, be on the lookout too for lightning. We kind of learned, for those that may not be aware, a few days ago, lightning strike hit 18 people in South Carolina, not in our state, in South Carolina. And that just goes to show that lightning is usually an underrated threat. Not a severe threat. Lightning is present in any thunderstorm, but just be mindful about that with any of these cells. Doesn't mean if you're in a special weather statement or the severe thunderstorm warning, doesn't mean you could just kind of go outside and just meander your day. Just be mindful about that if you're outdoors. If you have any of these storms that come by, be mindful that these storms will have lightning in them. So when thunder roars, go indoors.
So the warning and the statement have been canceled for Wayne and Monroe, so you guys are in the clear now. We are no longer in severe ops. We are just in special weather statement ops, so we'll stay live here just in case more storms do go severe. Again, it's a lot easier to stay live than go live a second time for y'all, so we'll try and do that. While we have this downtime, if you're just joining us, make sure you have hit that like button if you haven't already. Best way to support our operations here at MSC for free. Got a couple downbursts out there ongoing across the state today. Many locations, especially right now, across Lenawee County here in this tan box, and then as well as up here in Calhoun, southwest Calhoun, northern St. Joseph. And I will say the storm that was in Marcellus is now this part of this storm that's now heading in towards Mendon and St. Joseph County. So primarily Kalamazoo, St. Joseph, Calhoun, and Lenawee right now, and there's obviously a bunch of pop-up storms elsewhere going on across the 96 corridor in Livingston County and heading into Oakland County as well. Current time is turning over into 12:34, as you can see on the bottom of your screen right now. So you're watching within 30 seconds of the time I just said. If not, you might be behind, so feel free to refresh the stream. Shortest delay, as always, going to be on Twitch, about 3 to 5 seconds. So if seconds matter to you all, feel free to watch on Twitch. Otherwise, again, Facebook, YouTube is about a 30-second delay. See what the winds are looking like here. I would say the strongest winds right now are probably right here over J Drive North, around 23 Mile Road here in far eastern Calhoun County. Pretty much going right down J Drive right now, as well as H Drive. And again, these are going to be heading along and north of 94 as they head into Jackson County. If you have any damage today from any downbursts or hail reports to send in, feel free. I'll repeat myself a lot today, so if you haven't already, please make sure to join the group. If you haven't, it's Michigan Weather Reports on Facebook, if you have a Facebook account, of course. That is for any damage reports. If you have any cool photos of clouds, rainbows, oddities, I guess you could say, that aren't damage reports, send them to our other group, Michigan Storm Community. That way we can kind of separate damage reports from non-damage reports today. It helps us out, so when we're sifting through all the reports during and after the stream, we're able to do so quicker. Additionally, as well, if you don't have Facebook, you can send them to us on Messenger if there's a damage report, or our Discord channel, which is discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. It's a damage and survey channel within the server. So right now on radar is our velocity radar. This is your winds moving towards and away from the radar site, which is currently chosen to be the Grand Rapids site at the airport there. See, the brighter greens are your heavier winds. There's a couple spots all up and down this line right now where heavier winds could be ongoing in downburst fashion. We're going to switch it over here to our Lenawee County storm. And yeah, some brighter reds in there as well. Those are winds heading away from the radar that are also gusty.
Another thing with these storms as well, as with a lot of these storms that are popping up and collapsing, we'll have to be on the lookout for outflow boundaries. Joel mentioned one earlier on by the Three Rivers area, and you can kind of see it on radar heading south. So that outflow boundaries on these kinds of days can spark new storms and can make explosive development. You can already see that off to the southwest of Three Rivers by the Niles, Michigan. Some new storms are already popping off due to that outflow boundary. So even though storms that are in place could spark up new storms if they collapse and weaken. So it is the pure summer special for Michigan when it comes to these pop-up storms, or really any state. But it's your high cape, low shear kind of days where you can just have outflow boundaries and other things that can spark new storms.
And they really can head in all directions too. So
Yeah.
right now these storms are heading east, but they could back build and head like north or south, sometimes west. Just depends on with the low amounts of shear out there today, everything's kind of stationary and slightly moving off to the east due to upper level motion. But the boundary tells all.
And kind of adding to...
Go ahead.
Or go ahead, Joel.
Nope, go ahead.
Okay. Kind of like what Joel's kind of mentioning too, with how little shear there is with these storms moving, that will kind of increase that localized flooding risk too. We saw it to our friends in Indiana. They had a few flood advisories and warnings in effect due to these just storms that were barely moving and were basically not really stationary, but moving at a very slow pace, which with a lot of these storms, as you can see through Joel's radar, are very heavy. You have a lot of reds and oranges mixing in. That's a lot of heavy rain that's falling with these storms. So be on the lookout too for localized flooding if any of these storms just kind of trail over the same area over a given time. So it's going to be something that we'll be on the lookout for too here.
I believe the WPC has the entirety of the state in a marginal risk for flash flooding today, as well as up north where they've just been getting kind of normal rain. Kind of been a crummy day up there. Temperatures in the 60s up there in the UP today, for those who are wondering where the cool weather is at. It's a nice relaxing day up there, nice fall day up there, I guess you could say, in the UP. And they, again, with a lot of rain up there today, are in a slight risk for flash flooding, which is about a 15% chance to see flash flooding in their neck of the woods.
Joel, I would like to add something here. New power outage just came out just 1 minute ago by Marshall, Michigan. Have 276 people without power right by the Interstate 6994 corridor. Might be with that special weather statement cell, the one that we were kind of watching. And now it just disappeared. That's weird.
It was fixed in 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's weird. That now it's gone. It popped up like a minute or two ago. Now it's gone.
Yep.
Interesting. I don't know about you, Joel, but I'm a little jealous that these showers are happening right now in my place. It's pure sunny skies right now. We are just getting baked in the heat right now.
Yeah, it's completely sunny here where I'm at. For those who are curious what's on the screen right now, this is Ryan looking at the statemented storm down here in Lenawee County. A lot of downbursts ongoing, a lot of gusty winds. You can see some nice structure here as well. So again, this is Lenawee County, I think on the northeast side somewhere, kind of in that massive blob of rain you're seeing on the radar, which I will show here real quick. So it is right up in this general neck of the woods here. See, all of Lenawee County, as a reminder, is in that special weather statement. A couple special weather statements also in those tan boxes off to the west here: Calhoun, Kalamazoo, and St. Joseph counties. So we have 4 out there in total right now. That is the story of today. Just a lot of gusty winds out there. 40 to 55 is the main going rate, although we have had one severe thunderstorm warning so far, 460-mile-per-hour winds, which is criteria for severe weather, or for severe winds. Also, if we get to 1-inch hail, that is also criteria for severe hail. Tornadoes not really expected today. Speaking of severe, Lenawee now in a warning. Pops on the screen down there. Calm for a second.
If you want me to, Joel, I have my screen shared as well. I could pull up velocity via radar Omega if you want me to.
Sure. Do you want to get the graphic though?
Yeah, I got it. Do you want to pull up your radar then?
Yep.
Sweet.
So here is your new warning popping in here in orange. It's a nice little sliver here. National Weather Service in Detroit, Pontiac has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central Monroe County in southeastern Michigan, northeastern Lenawee County in southeastern Michigan as well until 2 p.m. At 12:41, a cluster of severe thunderstorms is located over Dundee to Britain, moving east at 25 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, radar indicated. And this storm will be near Dundee around 12:45, which it looks like it's already over it. Ida, and maybe around 12:55. Monroe, 105. Other locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning include Newport, Cone, Estral Beach, Toledo Beach, Woodland Beach, Stony Point, Ridgeway, Bullis Harbor, Azalea, and Schofield. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Again, make sure you are away from any exterior walls where trees could come through. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We'll click it over to the Detroit Doppler airport radar here. We'll switch it over here, and you can see... Yeah, right where it's downbursting right now. In fact, we just had a downburst right here in Dundee as well. You can see this nice little green pixel that popped up there. Came and went. So could be some wind damage there right along US 23 north of Dundee. So keep that in mind. Anywhere up and down this line now where the new severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. We just have a bunch of spots here. Again, we're also watching this spot here just north of Britain right now. Kind of in the vicinity of where Ryan, I believe, is at. I'm not sure, his dot's not updating, but again, this is sliding off to the east-southeast at 25 miles per hour. So pretty much following right along M50 here as it heads towards Monroe. Yeah, you can see that how that really peaked there for a second. So that really downbursted, where you see these reds and greens close together like that, moving in opposite directions. Again, green moving towards the radar, red moving away. So green is on this side of the storm, so it is a downburst. Downburst right on the northwest side of Dundee, and it peaked there for a second, pretty close to US 23. So let us know what you guys are seeing out there damage-wise. You can send it into Michigan Weather Reports if it is damage. Otherwise, you can also send it into our Discord channel. But you can see in the latest scans, it's really gone away, and we're watching this cluster up here just north of Britain now as well. Switching it back to, let's go with the Detroit radar here real quick. So we can get a 3D slice of this storm just to see what it's doing down here. Could be a hail core actually starting to pop up here now as well. You guys can't see it behind the scenes, but there's a hail core, small hail core, up to about 25,000, 26,000 feet, all the way down to 10,000 feet. So it's a pretty deep hail core. We could see some marble-sized hail, which is sub-severe, in the coming minutes. But as it stands right now, we should be good. Does Ryan have anything on his screen worth taking? There he is. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Not Summer. Has Michigan ever done countywide warnings before polygons were a thing? The answer is yes. So back in, I believe it was like, let's see, probably about 20 years ago. I don't know. I remember when they switched over. I believe it was in the early 2000s. They would just issue, for those who are curious what we mean by this, they would just issue warnings for the entire county back then instead of slices, just to it was just easier, and they didn't really have the software to do it. But now, obviously, nowadays they issue warnings for parts of counties. So also makes it tough, obviously, for like warnings and stuff. So if you have county-based warning sirens for tornadoes, for example, and there's a tiny little sliver of warning that's clipping the county, then it makes it obviously difficult to understand where exactly it's going on, which is why we're always here live for you guys, letting you know exactly where these orange and red boxes are always going to be laid out. You can see on your screen here that orange box only clips central and northern Monroe County, but not southern, as well as extreme northeastern Lenawee County for Tecumseh and directly over Britain right now. But the rest of Lenawee County is not in that orange box, so you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning. And thank you, Not Summer, for that super chat. Is my audio that low?
Joel, you might want to check Ryan's cam. I think he says he's getting a downburst right now.
He's in the corner. Let me up my audio. Testing. Okay, it's a little higher.
Also, I'm just going to have a Radar Omega screenshot for that update. For some reason, DTX is not posting their update either on the bot or the page itself. So,
Yeah. Go ahead, because it's waiting. People are curious. We are on Facebook, Michigan Storm Chasers. You can follow along with the other 435,000 Michiganders that have done so. That seems to be a misconception out there. When these warnings are posted, it says usually it just says for the counties of Lenawee and Monroe, but something to keep in mind, again, it's only for parts of the county, so you might not get an alert on your phone if you're, for example, in southern Monroe County or southwest Lenawee County, because again, you're not in that orange box. And I'll probably honestly make that a project here next week to kind of show you guys what I mean here. Again, looking at radar, you physically can see that the orange box only includes portions of the county. So again, Temperance, Lambertville, Luna Pier, not in that warning. Neither is Carlton, but right down the center of the county, Dundee, maybe, Monroe, Woodland Beach, Estill Beach, Petersburg, you guys are in this severe thunderstorm warning, as well as up here towards Tecumseh and Brighton.
Looks like we have a power outage coming in. This isn't where the severe thunderstorm warning's at, but just northwest of Union City, south of Battle Creek. And that came in about 6 minutes ago. 274 people without power. So looks like we are getting a few scattered reports of power outages on the west side of the state. Hopefully this time Joel doesn't disappear again. So, but once again, Ryan is in the severe thunderstorm warning.
Take him back full. Not a whole lot. He's inside the storm right now, so not a whole lot of structure going on out there, but we do have a view on it. So again, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for central Monroe County, not the northern portion or the southern portion, the central portion, as well as the extreme northeast corner of Lenawee County. So if you know where you're located on a map and notice you're not getting a warning, take note that orange line runs right down here across the north part of the county. So Carlton, Oakville, Milan, not in it. Neither is Luna Pier or Blissfield. The storm is pretty close to you guys, so be on alert. These are pretty gusty winds, I would have to imagine right now. Let's switch it back over to the DTW radar. It is downbursting once again here between Britain and Dundee.
It looks like just east of Britain and southwest of Milan. Right on Road 50.
Right on pretty close to M50 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's another severe downburst ongoing in this entire cluster. It's kind of been the theme. These downbursts are heading right down M50 towards Monroe at a slow clip of 25 miles per hour. Thank you, Paramom, for the $1 super chat here on YouTube. Appreciate you. Today's kind of diagnosis for all severe weather. Again, this is round one between now and 10 p.m. tonight. Pop-up storms are possible. And then overnight, mainly for West Michigan. So this would be Grand Rapids north up to like Frankfort. There's a line of severe thunderstorms expected to move onto Lake Michigan. And its severe potential is undetermined at this point, but it is possible that we do see severe winds move in to portions of northwest lower Michigan here, really after midnight and into the midnight to 6 a.m. hours. Again, not entirely sure if it'll be severe the entire time, but again, models do depict a line of storms moving in later this evening overnight. So West Michigan, be on alert. Not everyone obviously is going to see severe weather today, but it is something that we are monitoring. Yeah, it makes a perfect ring feature here. You can see it on radar. There's your ring of the downburst. So again, winds moving towards the radar in green, winds moving away in red. So the center of the storm is right there.
I will add, Joel, it looks like we do have some pretty gusty winds with that storm complex in Calhoun County. We're getting more power outages now nearby Highway 69. Another outage report just came in a few minutes ago. 137 people without power now. It's a little difficult to see.
Oh yeah,
you got a better view. But
yeah, this is a new special alert statement for Southern Calhoun County as well, Drew. Here for Albion, Homer, Concha, and Burlington. This new tan box you see on your screen here.
Yep.
And the gustiest of the winds. That's where the outages are coming in at.
Yeah. So
right over F Drive at Condit Road, so just south of downtown Albion, maybe even in downtown Albion. Would not be surprised, again, if there's, at the very minimum, a statement issued for Jackson as it slowly moves off to the east. We could even see a warning here very soon.
Yeah, outages are continuing to go up. Now we have 212 people without power now. And that is just, once again, just southwest of Marshall, right by Highway 69. So there's definitely some gusty winds with that line. It's a little difficult to see via radar. I think the true nature of these winds, just because of the distance from the radar. But we are getting power outages from that cell just south of Marshall, right where that special weather statement's at. Also keeping tabs on power outages too with that severe thunderstorm warning. Not seeing anything yet for now. It's kind of like in a hole. I have like DTE pulled up, but it doesn't include Britain or the towns I'm looking at. But then if I pull up consumer energy, it also does not cover it. It's like a small sliver. So it's like a little frustrating.
Current time is 12:58. One severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect here for Monroe and Lenawee County. We are live now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. Feel free to watch us on any of those platforms that you wish. Got Brian in chat here with a 199 super chat. Michigan might have all 4 seasons in 1 week. That is true. For those up north, especially right now. In the UP again, temperatures in the 60s up there today, even in the 50s along Lake Superior. Let's go back down here to terminal Doppler radar, just checking on the winds. Still starting to downburst here. Oops, that's the wrong one. Yeah, we have a new downburst about to occur here, actually ongoing here, just to the northeast side of Dundee. You can see these reds and greens starting to pick up color here. It'll be heading towards maybe, but it likely will be only gusting in this general vicinity. So could still get some outflow winds near maybe. But the majority of this is going to be north of Ida here, just north of M50, as the severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed. You can see the box change shapes here. Moving. Again, storms are moving north, or sorry, storms are moving east at 25. In fact, the update says now they're moving east at 15 miles per hour. So basically a light jog for these storms. And it's 60-mile-per-hour wind. So Tecumseh is no longer in the warning. The purple you guys see on radar is called range folded. So that is just bad data. We see a lot of that with the terminal Doppler radar. Again, it's very kind of close to the ground. But it's basically false returns of wind data here. You can see it's not as much purple on the Detroit radar, the bigger radar from Detroit, Pontiac. But anywhere where you see the purple on this velocity range folded, basically showing you bad data. And they just cancel it out with the purple just to say, hey, don't look at it. It's not real.
Once again, with any of these cells here that are kind of moving through, we kind of mentioned about, I kind of mentioned earlier on about the thunder and lightning threat. But also just keep in mind too, a lot of these storms have heavy downpour. So if you're traveling a lot at all, a good example here would be Calhoun County for an example. Almost the whole entire county, basically over 2/3 of the county is experiencing really heavy downpours and really heavy rain, especially on the highways like 94 and 69. So when you're traveling in these storms, or if you are, first of all, we wouldn't recommend, but if you are, just make sure to reduce your speed. Don't want to hydroplane because that can be a danger. It can, we always talk about the dangers of going too fast during the winter with snow, but when you have water at the surface, your tires fully touching the ground, so you don't have, you can lose friction pretty easily, and if you're going too fast, you could easily lose control. Especially if it's really heavy downpours, your visibility also drops down as well. So just something to be mindful about.
Yeah, this is right. There is a Tigers game today. It's starting here in a couple of minutes. Should be clear for now, but again, storms can pop up at any time. We do have more action, obviously, moving down 94 towards Detroit. Slow clip out there today. Storms are moving around 25 miles per hour. Which is also going to result in some of those flooding risks that we have been mentioning. Again, most locations could see between a half an inch to an inch today. A couple locations could see in excess of 1.25 to 2 in the heaviest of these storms. A lot of moisture in the atmosphere out there, and a lot of that can be collected and pulled down to the ground. Zooming out at our regional-based radar here across the Lower Peninsula, you can see all the storms right now are confined along 94, as well as a couple pop-ups near 96 between Lansing and Detroit, as well as a shower on 69 in Shiawassee County. But again, the main story right now is all these storms along 94 and south moving through southern Michigan at the current time. We can and probably will still see storms pop up later this afternoon, maybe a little bit further north, closer to the front. No problem. Thank you for the kind words. Happy to help out. Hopefully everyone's having a good day out there. Current time is 1:04 p.m. A couple thunderstorm warnings been issued so far today. Again, current one in effect down there in southeastern Michigan for Lenawee and Monroe County. Anywhere you see that orange box, it's not the entire county, but it's parts of them. So if you're not getting a warning and you're in these counties, it's likely because you are outside of that orange box you see on your screen. Two special weather statements still remain in effect as well: Calhoun County and Lenawee County. Those are shown in the tan boxes there on the center of the screen. Let's go back down and check on our downburst ongoing here. Looks like it is done downbursting or still downbursting. New one heading towards Ida right now. This whole line, this whole complex, Drew, is just downburst after downburst, all up and down it.
Yeah.
And it's being pulled a little bit further south due to the outflow boundary. You can see here on radar, this little blue strip here. It goes from Luna Pier all the way to the west, down towards Metamora and Lyons here in northern Ohio. So it'll continue to pull some more downbursts down further south, and we could see an expansion of the warning for southern Monroe if this continues.
You can also see the outflow boundary really well too in Branch County as well as St. Joseph County as well with those cells too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so if you're in southern Monroe County right now and you don't have a storm nearby, but it's getting windy all of a sudden, that is likely due to this outflow boundary right now. It is in Luna Pier and Temperance and about to hit Lambertville in the next probably 2 minutes. New special weather statement coming in now for Jackson County. So there you go. There's your new tan box on your screen. Issued by the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids until 1:45. Moving east at 25 miles per hour. Winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. No hail. Locations impacted include Vandercook Lake, Spring Arbor, Pulaski, Concord, Horton, Hanover, Liberty, and Clark Lake. Again, the special weather statement is in effect for storms that are strong but not severe. So you can consider them garden variety thunderstorms, but with a little bit of a kick to them. This one has 40 mile per hour winds, so be on alert there. Not severe, just strong. Special weather statement continues until 1:30 for Calhoun County as the cluster. That's where the cluster is currently in right now. A couple gusty winds, a couple downbursts ongoing, all up and down this line right now, pretty much in the Homer, Albion, and Teconcha area, south of Marshall. It's kind of paralleling that M60 corridor as it heads towards Concord, Parma, and Spring Arbor. Hefty cell also moving through Hillsdale County right now. That kind of caught my eyes. This is going to also be producing some stronger winds in here. This is heading towards Oh gosh. I don't even want to say it because I know I'm going to butcher it so bad.
Osseo?
Probably, yeah.
We're about to find out here shortly.
It could be 2 syllables, though. Ryan would probably have a fit if he heard me try to pronounce it, so I'm not going to. But it's there on radar. You guys can see it. Also heading towards Hillsdale and North Adams. Not special weather statemented, but there are some brighter greens in there. I don't think that's the right one. I think you're thinking of Owasso.
Yeah, it's
That's
not
that's up in
Wasso.
that's up in Shiawassee County. We're talking OSSEO, not OWOSSO. Osseo. Okay.
So did I get it right, or
Yeah, you got it right, Drew.
hey, I got it right first try. Let's go.
So severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 2 here in this orange box you see on the scenario screen for central Monroe and east central Lenawee counties. Text still reads at 12:57. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Milan to near Dundee to near Blissfield and moving east at 15. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And this storm will be near Ida around 1:15. Probably is already there. And Monroe around 1:30. Although some cells are already popping up over Monroe, the gustier part of the storm is going to be there in about 15 minutes. So that is why we are live right now for this warning. And once this warning does expire, we'll probably stay live again. We still have some very potent clusters moving down the 94 corridor here, south of 94, really towards Jackson. I believe Concord, Hanover, Brooklyn, over down towards Addison and Jonesville as well. Not warned, but again, we'll keep an eye on it. And pop-ups are possible anytime between now and 10 o'clock tonight when the sun goes down.
We'll be on the lookout for additional cells to fire. Obviously, we're watching these ones right now, and we're expecting maybe a few more storms to pop up, come strong to severe potentially. But we'll also have to watch the evening. Recent trends from models do suggest we could have a few cells pop up more further northwest of where we're watching right now. But once again, models can be very unpredictable and sometimes not always accurate with these summertime thunderstorms. So it's just kind of a watch and see game. And new severe thunderstorm warning just came in, Joel.
I see that. Could pop up on your screen here. We're just talking about how that entire cluster here from Albion down to Teconcha was exhibiting kind of the same thing as our cluster here, Drew, in Lenawee and Monroe counties doing, where it's just 4 different cells that keep popping down downbursts everywhere. So we're seeing that now. Again, it's a little far from radar, but it is pretty... There are some upper level heavier winds here that do show signs of at least gusty winds moving into Homer, Concord area here. So we'll get the box here in just a second, and there it is. Looks like a upside down home plate kind of. So if you're inside this home plate shaped severe thunderstorm warning polygon, make sure to be taking shelter. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Calhoun and southwestern Jackson County until 1:45 p.m. Eastern. At 1:11, a severe thunderstorm was located near Homer, or 9 miles southeast of Marshall, moving east at 25 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is the main hazard. Expect damage to roof siding and trees. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Homer, Pulaski, Concord, and Hanover. 60-mile-per-hour winds and no hail possible with the storm. Do wish we had a closer radar site. Let's go switch over to Grand Rapids radar just to see if that shows anything better. Just a little bit. It is surging forward, though, directly over Homer right now. So I believe that's where the gustiest of winds are going to be. Some upper level rotation in the mezzo, but it's not anywhere close to the ground, so that's good. But there is signs that this is a strong to severe thunderstorm, just given that the atmosphere above is kind of spinning very, very slowly here. That is, again, south of Albion. But again, the only thing to be concerned about with this storm is damaging straight line winds, 60 mile per hour from any microburst as well. Although this storm right now is continuing to surge. Actually, let me see if I can get an updated storm motion vector on this. This is going 23 knots at 277 degrees. Yeah.
For some reason, Twitter pages from the National Weather Service are not updating with these warnings. is a little odd.
Yeah, just post a radar screenshot then.
Yep. I will say this line has had a history of producing power outages, mainly southwest of Marshall and south of Battle Creek. So just be mindful about that. We've had reports of power outages just west of Highway 69. So just be mindful about that. Like Joel mentioned, 60-mile-per-hour winds are that's the main threat.
So again, these brighter greens on radar right now are where the strongest of winds are going to be. So you can see there's some pockets here between Homer and Concord, as well as inside the storm heading towards Albion. So damaging winds, 60 miles per hour is the main hazard here with this new severe thunderstorm warning. We also still have gusty winds moving in through Monroe County now, pretty much heading into South Monroe. This spot right there, you see the brighter reds. That is what we're looking out for here. Do we have anything on Ryan's cam? I have a water tower. I don't have Ryan's location either, so
Yeah, I don't think his dad's been updating.
no.
I'm going to quick plug in my computer, Joel. I'll be back in like 5 seconds.
Okay. Go back to the Jackson storm, the newest, or the Calhoun County, Jackson County storm here. Directly over Homer, downtown Homer, gusting forward here along N Drive. It's very tough to tell again with the radar so far away what's actually happening at the surface. So if you know, or if you have any damage from these areas, feel free to let us know.
No new power outages as of yet, which is good.
We'll go ahead and loop this entire slide here. So again, this is the county. This is kind of zooming out to county base. So if you know where you're located on a county base map here, again, you're doing yourself a great favor. You can see the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect are in orange, and the special weather statements are in tan. Again, those special weather statements are strong storms, but not severe. And again, of course, if there's an orange box on top of the tan, then it takes primary focus in being actually severe. These pop-ups are possible anytime between now and the end of the day, being sunset, so around 10 o'clock. And of course, we're watching for more development over in Wisconsin. Again, there's supposed to be kind of like a semi-regional outbreak over there today, Drew, I believe, in Wisconsin and Iowa. I see the exact zone is southern Wisconsin, northern Iowa, and extreme southeastern Minnesota. That action will be moving over to Michigan later tonight, but again, more as a damaging wind threat and not a tornado threat. Our forecast for today is posted and pinned on our Facebook page, Michigan Storm Chasers. Make sure you go give it a follow. It's also on X and Instagram as well, if you prefer following us on those platforms. Our username for each is Michigan or MI Storm Chasers, or if you just type in Michigan Storm Chasers, it will pop up. Good news is this should be our. They're going to fingers crossed here, Drew, obviously, but this should be the next 12 to 18 hours here should be our last chances for severe weather for a couple days. We do get a break, it appears, for Saturday. And we do have to watch out for another system moving in Saturday, very late Saturday evening into Sunday, especially for the UP.
Yeah, for those that are kind of wondering, a little peek for the future cast, I guess. Friday will be a day where we'll have a cold front that'll move through, which will kind of cool us down, thankfully. Right now, there's kind of questions in terms of timing of the cold front, what time it'll move through, and whether or not we'll get storms in the east side of the state, which is possible. But once again, there's a lot of uncertainties in where that warm cold front will be positioned. Kind of like what Joel was mentioning, the main lift for shear and spin in the atmosphere, it's basically severe weather, is out in Iowa, northern Iowa, southeast Minnesota, and western Wisconsin, where they have a tornado and damaging wind threat. But over here, we have the instability, we have the moisture, but we're kind of struggling with the shear and lifting. The lifting right now is mainly just outflow boundaries and lake breezes and just pure daytime heating. But once we get more to the evening, like Joel mentioned, our shear does increase a little bit along the warm front, which will be something we'll watch. But once again, it's not really something too concerning because right around that time frame too, our instability will be dropping. So when you kind of have a trade-off there, then you don't, kind of like what we mentioned before, you need all four ingredients for, widespread severe weather, SLIM, like we like to call it. So we're just kind of displaced for today. We obviously could have severe weather in small instances, but in terms of like widespread severe weather, we don't really have all of our ingredients fully present, if that makes sense. Yeah, for those that are wondering, we're kind of watching those two main cells by Calhoun and Jackson County, as well as Monroe County. Those are the only two severe thunderstorm warnings, and they're mainly for wind, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But we do have additional we do have additional cells firing in Hillsdale County. We'll be watching those closely, but kind of like we were mentioning earlier on, we have an outflow boundary right behind that storm complex in Calhoun County, which should spark off new storms mainly to the south, so it affects states like Indiana and Ohio, which then in return is kind of weakening a few of these cells by Three Rivers as well. So, but yeah, like we mentioned, right now we're kind of just mainly watching those two cells. We're not really seeing anything concerning right now in terms of anywhere else in the state right now. So, but once again, wind will be the main threat with any downburst with these cells.
I'm going to go ahead and check in on our weather reports page just to see if there's anything that's come in. New statement coming in for Hillsdale now. That was the storm that we were mentioning.
Just came through on my end. B4 just below severe criteria, 50-mile-per-hour winds and pea-size hail. once again, that was that cell that we were mentioning earlier on as we were doing like a little bit of a brief recap. Kind of two cells that we're going to have to keep an eye on. One that's by Jonesville, and the other one that is just southeast of Hillsdale, Pittsford.
I think I'm gonna have to switch radars to get this to load in.
Yeah, do you want to pull up my radar? Or...
I got it.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, so winds to 50, pea-sized hail, as you mentioned. Hillsdale, Jonesville, Litchfield, Jerome, Somerset, Pittsford, Moscow, North Adams, Bear Lake, Allen, Lake Wilson, Shadyside, Osseo, and Somerset Center. That's that new statement here you can see for most of Hillsdale County. Does not include the southern and southwest side. Checking in on our severe thunderstorm warning here from Monroe County. Another downburst ongoing now, just outside of South Monroe and Monroe proper, right here on Dunbar Road, as well as M50. So very close to downtown there. Again, severe thunderstorm warning continues. You can see the warning continues to be trimmed. Lenawee County no longer in it at all. Petersburg as well. You guys have been trimmed from it too. And Dundee, you are on the very edge of it now. That cell in Hillsdale County is a little too far away from our radar to kind of tell what's going on there, but you can kind of get hints that there might be a downburst ongoing here, heading towards Hudson. Yeah, there definitely was something for a second here. Not severe, but again, gusty winds can still bring down some branches. If you do have branches coming down, Michigan Weather Reports is the community page on Facebook. If you don't have damage, if you have some cool clouds, feel free to send that to our other group, Michigan Storm Community. That way we can kind of keep them separate today. Let's check in on Ryan, see what he's got from his view here. Looks like it's starting to clear out behind the storm.
Joel, I will mention we got more power outages coming right by Homer, Michigan. So just east of Highway 69, 341 people without power. That came in about 10 minutes ago. And we have more power outages right with that special weather statement cell right by Pittsford, and it disappeared again. It literally popped up my screen and it disappeared. Don't know why that keeps happening.
Psych.
It was like a yellow box and it was gone. That's it's playing with me today, Joel.
Yeah.
But the one by Homer is valid. So we are getting reports of power outages with these cells here. Yeah, if you guys have any pictures of any tree damage or anything like that, feel free to send it, like Joel's mentioned, to our weather report page. Obviously, do that safely. We don't want you to go by power lines. That's not safe. We don't want you to put yourself in harm's way. But if you do want to send a report, feel free to send it to us and to the National Weather Service of Grand Rapids or Northern Indiana, depends on which area we're talking, or Detroit. Those are the three main ones that you probably would have to send to. It depends on which local county warned area you're in. So yeah.
Now from the Indiana radar, obviously you can see it's very, very bright greens over Monroe, but that radar beam height there is 12,000 feet. So you have to go really close to the ground here and use a different radar. And it shows you exactly kind of where the pockets of the heaviest of winds are right now. Again, I'm not really seeing too much of a downburst signature anymore, but winds are spreading out from the center of the storm. So maybe a collapse, maybe just a fading downburst here across portions of central Monroe County, heading into Monroe, as well as down here now into Luna Pier.
you're not expecting any of these storm complexes to form into a large-scale MCS because we're mainly lacking that lift and shear capability. A lot of these storms that are going to pop up and form are just going to kind of coalesce together and then eventually just collapse because there's no shear or support for them to remain severe for a long period of time. So we're not expecting any of these storm clusters to become a huge line and just bulldoze, through the state. It could be on and off severe potentially, but like I said, we're kind of lacking the shear and lift main lifting mechanism that's further out to the west right now. But we could get a few instances of severe weather. It's just nothing long duration.
This definitely has the same vibes as I would say Tuesday was, Drew. Special weather statements everywhere, and then a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. For those who missed it, Tuesday we had 33 special weather statements in the state of Michigan and 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're already, I believe, over a dozen and a half special weather statements today. And we had about 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, I think, so far with these storms. So we're the halfway point. It's kind of about the halfway point that we were on Tuesday. Let's go take the Grand Rapids radar back so y'all can see everything here from a zoomed out perspective. You can see all the storms, as a reminder, are pretty much along 94 and south. A couple cells leaking over into the north side of 94 here. Macomb County, northern Washtenaw County have a cell here in Dexter, as well as south of Springport as part of this cluster here. But other than that, 96, 69, and points north, pretty clear right now. We are watching more storm development later today over in Wisconsin. These cells probably won't make it, but we are watching a stronger system. There'll be more of like a linear mode, kind of just all the way down like a Bow Echo segment here. Moving in later tonight for extreme northwest and west Michigan here. Pretty much these first row counties along the lake. Models have been showing that line overnight is not going to make it too far east of the 131 or M66 corridor. So we'll keep an eye on that later tonight. Right now, the main concern is pop-ups here across southern Michigan, where there are 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Calhoun, southeast Calhoun, of course, and southwest Jackson, as well as central Monroe County. Monroe County severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect until 2 o'clock, and the Jackson one as well.
Will note, Joel, the newest scan just continues to have those cells by Hillsdale County get closer to Calhoun. It looks like they're just all going to kind of coalesce and merge together. So a lot of heavy rain going on there right now. Might see something similar to Monroe County, where we just kind of have scattered downbursts throughout that cluster.
So the warning has been trimmed here from the Concha area. Yeah, for some reason at the bottom of the screen, it's supposed to be showing the warning being trimmed. And it's only showing on the web version, which is really weird. But nevertheless, warning has been trimmed. for, you can see here, portions of central Calhoun. It's continuing to move off into Jackson County here. I believe we also have a trim coming up for Monroe County, and yes, it is. So that removes pretty much all of Monroe County except for Monroe proper, as well as South Monroe, as the storm heads off onto Lake Erie. Again, remains in effect till 2. See if there's any hail in these. For some reason, there's a 1-inch marker here now popping up on the north side of Hillsdale County. I'm going to go ahead and take a 3D slice. Oh, yeah. Actually, up to about 29,000 feet here, Joe. We could see some hail falling down here in Hillsdale County soon.
Yeah, that makes sense. Radar via differential reflectivity, seeing a lot of updrafts blossoming right along that Hillsdale County cell. That cell just continues to mature in Jackson County and Hillsdale County. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's really consolidating to one massive cluster here. Kind of along that outflow boundary a little bit. Wind-wise, oh yeah, there's a lot of winds going on in here right now. So pretty much all along the US 12 corridor, heading towards Cement City and Clark Lake. That's just this whole pocket right here. And we got a new warning coming in.
And new warning. Just came in for Hillsdale County for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
It's like we were speaking it into existence. Yeah. Healthy center core up to about 29,000 feet on this from the Indiana radar as well. We're going to see this orange box pop in here in just a second. Yeah, I don't know why, but you're going to hear like my keyboard very, very loudly because for some reason, my microphone's really soft when it comes to voices, but it can pick up everything else. So it's almost like it thinks my voice is background noise and my keyboard is actually my voice. I don't know why. But for those who are fluent in knowing what sound is here, I have my mic set at 20 decibels, which it's supposed to be set at 0 or into the minuses, so it's pretty loud. So here's your new severe thunderstorm warning popping on your screen here in orange. As long as it can pause here. There we go. Northeastern Hillsdale County only until 2 p.m. At 1:36, the severe thunderstorm is located 8 miles northeast of Jonesville or 9 miles northeast of Hillsdale, moving east at 25. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail are both hazards as mentioned. So it is severe for both hazards. Moving or could be impacting portions of Hillsdale, Jonesville, Jerome, Somerset, Moscow, North Adams, and Somerset Center inside of that warning box. Again, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, moving east at 25 miles per hour, heading towards Addison, Devil's Lake, Cement City soon. So we could see an extension of this warning for Lenawee County. Ask and see where Ryan's at.
if I'd be downstream of this warning, places like, I want to make sure I get this right here, northern Lenawee County or Washtenaw County. Did I say that right?
Yep.
Sweet. Nailing it today. Those two counties, I'd be aware of this. It's pretty close. The storm complex is getting pretty close to you guys, so I'd be on the lookout for sure a special weather statement or potentially another warning. Once again, 68-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-inch size hail, so both severe hail and wind with this complex as it moves off to the east, and it just continues to hold its intensity and continues to slowly strengthen. So I'd be on the lookout here downstream. Very heavy downpours also present with this line, as well as frequent lightning. So if I'd be east of the cell, I'd be on the lookout. Mainly towns like Roland, Adrian, Napoleon, or just south of Napoleon, Addison, Onstead, Brooklyn, southwest of Clinton. You guys should be on the lookout here as this complex continues to move off to the east.
So on your screen right now is some very copious amounts of flooding here. That entire field in front of you, you can see on your screen, Ryan's reporting flooding. There's also a ditch off to the right side of the screen right now that he is watching as well. And that is for, it's rising, he says. It's rising very rapidly. So again, flash flooding is a possibility today with these strongest storms. Right now, he is looking to the west towards this new severe thunderstorm warning. He is in the Britain area right now, so he's looking west towards Tecumseh, Onstead, and eventually with a severe thunderstorm. I believe it's right in front of him, that storm directly in the center of your screen. That is the top of that storm heading directly at him. So he has a very, very good view here of both some flooding ongoing and the storm moving eventually into Lenawee County. Don't know if we have anyone else out there right now. We do not. I think Annie was the only one that was out there today besides Ryan. So yeah, Ryan's camera will be up there in the top corner. And this cell has really gotten its act together. 2 cells merging. 1 cell comes out. Outflow boundary off behind it, also dragging the storms kind of further to the south. So this storm will start to dive a little closer to probably Ohio here in the hour or two to come. But right now it's still heading east down towards northern Lenawee County.
Do have some power outages once again coming in just northeast of Hillsdale, only 67, so nothing too major in terms of power outages, but once again just east of Jonesville and just northwest of North Adams, and that's once again kind of associated with that cluster that's ongoing in Hillsdale County. So this line has the potential of producing severe winds as via the severe warning states. But as of right now, that's kind of the main. This is kind of the main cluster that we're watching. We're not really seeing anything else too concerning. We do have a few cells by the Michigan-Indiana border that are kind of hovering along to the southwest. By Sturgis and basically by Sturgis and just southeast of Niles, but not really seeing anything too concerning as of now. Just looks like heavy downpours, some lightning your typical kind of thunderstorms right now. But we'll keep an eye on those storms if they strengthen at all as they continue to move off to the east.
So yeah, that severe thunderstorm warning was canceled from Monroe, so you guys are good in Monroe County now. But we're just watching. We're gonna still be watching it as it moves off in towards Toledo. But right now, the main focus is that storm in Hillsdale County. Really zooming out at the big picture here, you can see there's not a whole lot going on besides this cluster moving kind of in southern Jackson County, now into Hillsdale, eventually heading towards Lenawee, as well as southern Washtenaw. As Drew was mentioning, all those locations he read off, you need to be on alert for the storm downstream. And speaking of Lenawee, it's like I keep speaking this into existence, Drew. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. It will be for Lenawee County. Wait for the orange box to pop up here. Give it about 30 seconds. In effect until 3. So it's going to be an hour and 15-minute long severe thunderstorm warning coming in. Which makes sense, given that this is moving about 25 miles per hour today.
Looks like it's for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but no severe hail, though. So you got me pulled up. So this is the current severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, it's for northern Lenawee County, so not for the whole entire county. It's just for the northern portions of Lenawee County. Once again, that would be 6 to 8 mile per hour winds and non-severe hail. I'll get the exact size here just a second here. It would be for, comes into play here. Yeah, hail that's less than 0.75 inches in diameter. So if we play it on loop here, you can see that cell, once again, that main cluster right here is moving off to the east here into northern Lenawee County. We'll have chasers on this here shortly to give you guys a live view as the storm complex continues to move off. Once again, places that are in the path of this cell would be Onstead, Clinton, Britain, and my radar's going slow again. Oh boy, I'm gonna have a hard one with this one, Joel. Tecumseh.
Oh no, that was way off.
That was wrong. Oh dear.
Tecumseh.
No. But I have it on screen here, so once again, this main cluster is moving off to the east. Main threat will be damaging winds associated with any downbursts.
It's okay. We've all been there.
Ryan's probably furious right now. We'll get them eventually. All of them.
Yeah, check that out. On the terminal Doppler radar here. It's right over Addison right now. We see these bright greens on radar. We're back to our velocity radar just to show you the intensity of the winds. And again, the brighter the colors, the heavier the winds. So right over Addison, surging forward now. That orange box on your screen is your new severe thunderstorm warning. So Adrian, Clayton, Blissfield, Weston, not in it, is off to your north right now. And its current projection has us staying on the north side of the county. So Tecumseh, Britain, as mentioned, heading your way, pretty much in the M50 corridor here. That is the absolute most wrong way I've ever heard Tecumseh pronounced. That's hilarious.
Oh dear.
I used to pronounce it Tecumseh, like S-U-H, but the H is silent. Which, to be fair, it is pronounced Tecumseh in other dialects, in other portions of the nation, so. Prior confusion for other cities named Tecumseh /Tecumseh.
again, Ryan is getting in position of this severe thunderstorm warning cell, so we'll have a view from him. As you can see there, he is moving into position, so he'll report to us if, obviously, if he sees anything concerning with the cell or anything as well. You guys can do the same if you guys want to send in reports via our Michigan weather reports. Obviously, do that safely. We don't want you to get into harm's way. Ryan, as well as our other chasers, are trusted people that know what they're doing when it comes to storm chasing. They get into harm's way to keep us informed in terms of what the storm's happening, and also keep our local National Weather Services informed as well in terms of what the storm is doing. So we appreciate all of our chasers as well as our mod team containing and controlling our chats. We really appreciate that as well.
Absolutely.
Joel, if you want to take me quick, I can talk about those cells to the southwest by the Michigan-Indiana border. We're getting a few questions about cells by Sturgis. So, yep. Not seeing anything too concerning. We don't have any special weather statements or warnings for these cells by Sturgis, as well as south of Three Rivers. These cells are just thunderstorms right now. Not seeing anything too concerning. We mentioned it earlier on, about like 10 minutes ago. These cells are just kind of maintaining their intensity, kind of riding along the outflow boundary like we were mentioning right here. If I can draw that in here. This is the outflow boundary right here, this little blue sector. So these storms are kind of popping off because of that outflow boundary right here, and we'll have to watch for additional development potentially with these cells here. But once again, just some lightning and heavy rain associated with these cells. No real gusty winds or hail threat with that. Right now the main focus is with this main cluster in Michigan. Looks like it's en route to Joel of the airport radar, so we'll have a really in close view of this storm potentially if it continues to hold its intensity.
Yeah.
Once again, we're keeping behind the scenes as well. If there's any new power outages, that could be a helpful way to tell if there are severe winds going on, as well as anything tornadic. But right now, not seeing anything too concerning. We do have a few power outages coming in just west of Addison. That'd be next to US Highway 127 and just south of East Chicago Road. We have 88 people without power in that little small sector. So we're getting scattered power outages, nothing too crazy like we had earlier on, like I was mentioning, just south of Battle Creek, but still power outages nevertheless. So we do have some really strong gusty winds, as that warning has mentioned. So be on the lookout for really strong winds. I will also note too, there is a lot of lightning with this cluster as well, especially on the back side of the storm. So that's something to be mindful about. Even after the storm moves through, you still can have that lightning threat. Lightning can strike 10 to 15 miles away from a storm, so just be mindful about that too. We have a lot of lightning with this storm complex right now.
Hey, you can see how, like on your radar there, Drew, how the storm, it kind of looks like a soccer player where its leg is kicking out in front of the storm there over US 223 a little bit, and that kicking out motion is where the winds are gusting forward the most. If you take my radar back here, you can still see those very, very bright greens on radar directly over Devil's Lake. I would almost be inclined to say that I don't know, Drew. It looks like it's just mainly gusty winds forward. However, you got to watch it because sometimes they can get a little bit kinky. Even though the shear profiles aren't out there today, there's a boundary in the area, and obviously something weak could spin up. But again, the main hazard day is damaging winds, and this is directly over Devil's Lake, heading towards Onstead. So again, that pocket right there you see in the bright green is, again, that kicking motion forward in the front of the storm. So be on alert for 60-mile-per-hour winds just past over Addison and Manitou Beach, or Manitow, depending on what part of the state you're in. It's pronounced both ways. We also have gusty winds moving in through Brooklyn now, too. You can see brighter green starting to pop up here as well. Just moved through Cement City. I believe we'll have...
This Joel will be. There's a new cell that just formed just south of Ionia. Right now, it's nothing too concerning, but looks like a strong downpour as well as thunderstorm. But we're just letting you guys know that there's a lot of things going on. But we're always keeping an eye on all radars just in case a new pop-up storm would form. And just like that, I mean, you could just see how quickly it blossomed in a matter of minutes. So that's kind of the nature of these storms. They can quickly blossom just with the amount of instability and storm juice we have. But once again, they'll struggle to maintain themselves because they just lack that shear in place.
And with so much instability or so much moisture in the atmosphere today, the humidity now, we have a couple places where heat index values are starting to get closer to the mid to upper 90s. So it could be topping out at 100 in some locations here today, especially in locations that haven't seen rain yet and that are south of that warm front. So you can see right now, you move up to Mount Pleasant, Big Rapids, 80 to 85 degrees. You move down here into Grand Rapids area proper, 90 degrees, even the high 80s, but the heat index values are next to it here. You can see in the orange number. Maybe you can't see it, but it is very small, but 95, 99, 95 here at Grand Rapids Airport. But there's no heat index north of that front because the humidity is not making it as far north. So that front, again, draped right across the 96, 69 corridor here across the state. And any storms on the front, especially today, we'll have to watch out for because those can quickly become upscale as well. Report behind the scenes here coming in from Ryan. Numerous trees and wires coming down now across western Lenawee County. So this is doing damage according to the scanner here. So this is a for sure severe thunderstorm moving through the county right now. And what you're seeing on that terminal Doppler radar in this kicking motion. Oh yeah, check that out. The normal base velocity here too. All of this light blue up and down the line. So from Brooklyn down through Onstead, as far south here as Manitoba Beach, these are all damaging winds, 60 miles per hour moving through. So if you're off to the east here, Clinton, Manchester, Tecumseh, eventually heading your way. So Onstead, you guys are up next. You have maybe 2 minutes to be inside, away from any exterior walls that might be affected by trees. You can see the motion on this pretty much due east.
Yep. We're continuing to get some more power just starting to filter into this cell. Just scattered reports throughout this line. So this is definitely, like Joel mentioned, is causing damage and causing power outages as well. So this line is doing damage. So please take it seriously. And this storm complex will only continue to get closer to that airport radar, which will continue to get better and better readings on what the storm complex is more doing. But regardless, doesn't matter if we're struggling to see something, doesn't matter. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning, which means these storms are still producing severe winds or easily could produce severe winds at any given moment. So please take it seriously. Move to an interior room, away from windows. If you have trees, that's the biggest threat when we have damaging winds is trees falling down or power lines or any other structures that are in place. Make sure you're away from any trees that could fall and impact yourself as well as your home, or if you're in a car, you don't want to be driving through this line, really gusty winds. Once again, be in an interior room or basement.
Ryan is heading towards that storm as well right now. He's pretty much going to be impacted directly head on by it. We'll have a view on it here very soon once he gets in a good connection there. Okay, current time is 1:59, about 30 seconds away from the 2 o'clock hour. We've been live now for 2 hours. Started right about noon. And I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma here at Michigan Storm Chasers alongside Drew Brummel down below me here. Also going to CMU for meteorology, so a couple meteorologists to be here in the studio with you today. And again, we're tracking severe pop-up storms, pulse storms as they're also called here across southern Michigan. Currently live here as we click across 2 o'clock here. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch. And if you are a Michigander here, make sure you are following us. Again, we do this 24/7, 365 days a year, no matter the time of the day. We have not missed a single severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning since the end of 2023. So we got every single one last year and so far this year in 2025 as well.
We now only have
One
one
warning.
special weather statement and one severe thunderstorm warning in place for Michigan right now. And that's once again for Lenawee County as well. The special weather statement is for Jackson, southeast Jackson County.
Tiny little box
Severe
here from
thunderstorm
Brooklyn.
warnings for.
It's
What's
the smallest of special weather statement boxes I've seen.
Yeah,
It's a wee little thing.
that is small.
50-mile-per-hour gusts there in that special weather statement as it's a northern extension of that severe warning. Again, this will be heading into southern Washtenaw County here soon as well. So Brooklyn and Sunset Beach for that special weather statement. Severe thunderstorm warning continues here until 3 o'clock for northern Lenawee County for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also got a lot of statements now down there in Ohio as well. Keep an eye on those storms. Those are going to be really close to the border as well. See if any of those drift back north into Michigan or not, or if they're going to keep riding south along that boundary. But this is now your rainfall radar. Base reflectivity is what it's called. Heaviest of rain right now over Brooklyn, heading into Onstead, currently in Cement City and Addison as well. Anywhere again where you see the reds and the pinks on radars, your very heavy rain, perhaps even some small hail mixing in. The greens, the blues, and to an extent the yellows is light to moderate rain.
We are continuing to get small power outages. We have a new one coming in just south of Brooklyn, just north of US Highway 12 here. Once again, 98 people without power here. So we're still getting reports of scattered power outages with this line, with the severe thunderstorm warning that's in place. So it looks like Joel knew his scan that we even have some stronger winds starting to go into Washtenaw County.
Yeah.
In extreme southern portions of that county, not for the whole entire county itself.
I got you. Kind of next where that statement's at.
Joel, Annie is ready.
Okay. She's in whenever she wants to take her game.
Should be hopping in here shortly.
Switch it back over to the radar at the airport. Strongest winds right now on US 12 here. Yeah, I'm surprised. Yep, there it is. New warning coming in now. Bottom of your screen, you can see Washtenaw. The box in here in just a second. Andy's cam is now live. Look at Ryan's cam as well. Is that
And
severe
both
thunder?
are-
He's looking right at that severe thunderstorm.
Both are targeting the cell too.
Kind of some choppy reception out there for both of them, so bear with us here. Yeah, it's a very, very dark and very, very powerful storm. Again, this is the warning it's going to be coming in at Tecumseh. Here's your new warning on the screen. In orange, National Weather Service has issued the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Washtenaw County and southeastern Michigan until 3 o'clock. 2:03, severe thunderstorm is located over Onstead, or 9 miles southwest of Manchester, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard 6-mile-per-hour winds. Pea-sized hail as well. 60-mile-per-hour winds there. Damaged roof siding and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near Manchester here in the next 10 minutes. Saline, 2:30. Milan, 2:35. And Willis, 2:45. Other locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Bridgewater, Pittsfield Township, Pleasant Lake, and Whitaker. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor. Again, that is that severe thunderstorm you can see in the center of your screen. Ryan is driving right towards it right now on, I believe, M50 there. If you are in the line of the storm, definitely want to be taking shelter. Have a couple pixels of 62 miles per hour now on US 12 here in extreme northern Lenawee County. If you're in Onstead and further back off to the west you have damage, please feel free to send it in. Michigan Weather Reports is the page on Facebook, as mentioned, or you can send it on Discord, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. We got a lot of winds gusting across northern Lenawee County right now and southeastern Jackson. So again, this is heading into Washtenaw County. Manchester, Bridgewater, Saline. You can see the orange box on your screen here. If you're in Ann Arbor, you didn't get alert as because you are not in that warning. Let me change back to my radar here real quick so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Right there. So Ann Arbor's right there, not in the orange box, but you can see the orange box is just to your south. Getting slammed. Thank you for that report. Yeah, so a couple reports of it slamming down pretty hard here. Yeah. There's a little bit of a kink in the line too, but it looks very outflowish. Yeah, Ypsi is in the warning, but Ann Arbor is not. Just the way this polygon is shaped here on your screen. Zooming out. Let's go back to the Detroit radar real quick just to give you a glimpse of the showers and storms across the state right now. Again, that cell that we were talking about in Ionia has kind of turned into this little cluster of cells from Middleville up to Ionia and even starting to pop up near Lake Odessa and Vermontville. Not severe, and we're also watching a couple cells down here along the Indiana-Michigan state line south of Sturgis and in Sturgis even. There's also a cell directly over Edwardsburg right now, but you can see the main attention is right now on this storm that's kind of kicking forward. You can see how it's kind of bowed out like that, moving through northern Lenawee County and into southern Washtenaw County at the current time. Cloud tops at this storm. Wow, Drew, look at this. Storm tops up at 48,000 feet. So very tall storms today. Switch it back here. Let's turn off all the MEDAR stations so you guys don't get confused and what's all going on out there. Ooh, let's take Ryan back. He's gonna have a really good view on this.
Wow.
That is impressive.
That's a very impressive shelf cloud, I think.
Go ahead and reload his stream here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane. So you want to communicate at all to us, Joel, or if you're seeing something, or... That's insane. Not surprising too, though. I mean, this is a line that's continued to bow out, so it's not surprising that we have a shelf cloud. But look at that structure, guys.
Wow.
That's pretty insane.
I'm just going to grab a picture of it real quick. It is really starting to pick up its pace here again. That's gusting out very, very quickly.
That's surging forward. You can see the winds off to the side.
Yeah. Ryan is near Britain. Or he is actually near Tecumseh now. He's looking to the west, around M50.
Looks like the strongest of winds via airport radar is right by Clinton. Just to his north, I believe. Yeah, those are really strong winds that are moving across to the east here.
We have a lot of moving parts right now, so we're pulling our feedback live and out, so bear with us. And this is where the winds are right now. So this is your velocity product on radar. So anywhere you see the bright greens, the brighter the colors, the heavier the winds. Manchester down to Tecumseh. This is heading into your neck of the woods. Let's take Ryan back full here real quick. Again, he's has a really good shot underneath the shelf here. That's surging out.
You'll probably get that whale's mouth action here really shortly.
Yep.
For those that are wondering what a whale's mouth is, that's basically the underside of the shelf, which is just coming into his view right now. Yeah, let's keep Ryan full here. So he will get impacted with these winds here.
Put the radar in the bottom left corner
really
as well.
Here.
The severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect for northern Lenawee, southern and Washtenaw County. Both in effect, I believe, until 3. That is correct. So if you're in southern Washtenaw, northern Lenawee County, this is for you all. Radar's in the bottom left quarter.
Yeah, Ryan's about to get hit any second here. He is right along the heaviest winds right now.
Yep. So Manchester, Tecumseh, you guys are up next in the next couple minutes here. Next big cities to be slammed. Drew, is there any other small cities between Manchester and Tecumseh that you're seeing? I see Clinton as well.
Yeah, Clinton, Britain, Newburgh, Michigan, as well as I'm going to butcher a few of these, but Macomb, Michigan. Further downstream of this warning, outside of this warning now, would be like places like London Township, Milan, as well as, yeah, really those two main areas. It's kind of a narrow corridor of severe winds, but anywho, here's the winds that are hitting Ryan now.
Yep. And he still also has a shelf out there as well.
Yep.
Keep an eye on it. There's the winds. And we are taking this live. Our goal is to turn your inactive mindset into a reactive mindset. So when we get a chance to show our cams full screen, we will do that. Again, radar is in the bottom left corner if you guys need it. That is, for those who don't know, that is northern Lenawee County and southern Washtenaw County. It's oh yeah. Did you say Milan accidentally? True, it's Milan.
Yeah, I butchered it.
Also, if you guys are looking for a good weather radar app, Radar Scope is what you should download. You can download on your app store for $9.99. It's highly recommended. That way, of course, if you can't see the radar on our screen, you can obviously zoom into it on your phone. But again, Tecumseh, Clinton, Manchester, all where this line of storms is at right now. It's moving very slowly, about 40 miles per hour. As the wind is whipping across the parking lot there. He is, I believe he is on the, yeah, he's in the intersection of M50 and M52. So just to the west of Tecumseh right now is where we're looking. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Please be taking shelter inside, away from windows and exterior walls with trees on them, or trees next to them, not trees on them. We hope the trees aren't on them. So it'll be coming your way. Tecumseh, Britain would be up next. Bridgewater, Saline as well. It might be sunny out in front of these storms, but do not be fooled. It will get dark very quickly. If you look off to your west in the western skies, you can very likely see this storm right now as it bears down on you. So again, on radar in the bottom left corner of your screen, that very bright patch of green is winds moving towards the radar and is very, very heavy. Again, we have our chaser there right underneath it right now. Ryan, also president of MSC. He is, again, at M50 and M52 in that general vicinity. So if you are in Britain, so far northeastern Lenawee County and southern Washtenaw County, please be taking shelter away from those exterior walls. Again, this is 60-mile-per-hour winds only right now. No tornado threat, but as a reminder, these damaging winds can and will produce more damage than a brief tornado will, or a brief weak tornado. So you can see it on your screen. These winds are whipping across the road. Turns your inactive mindset into that reactive mindset. Protect your head, interior room. I'm going to take Andy full for just a couple seconds here. Some nice striations there on the clouds as that storm is heading into our location. I'm not sure exactly where she's at. I don't have her dot anymore. It was up there. I believe she's in Washtenaw County somewhere, though.
Behind the scenes here, Ryan is saying easy 60-mile-per-hour winds right now.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard because the quality isn't doing justice, I think.
Yeah.
Once again, Ryan is just south of Clinton, or he's heading north on, Joel, you probably have the roads. We have a lot of people wondering where he's at right now.
I think he's heading south now.
Okay, south on 52.
Yep. Warning has been trimmed. Addison, Cement City, you guys are no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Devil's Lake and Manitow Beach. Onset, you guys are still in the warning, but the heaviest of the winds now are directly over Clinton and Tecumseh. Britain, you got about 5 minutes, maybe at the most. Tons of wind and rain in Tecumseh. Thank you for the report. Current time is 2:18. Make sure you're watching live here. If you're outside of the time showing on the bottom of your screen, if you're at a 30-second delay, again, it's 2:18 and 49, about to turn to 2:19. Make sure to refresh your feed. Again, the longest delays are on YouTube and Facebook. It's about a 30-second delay. If you're longer than that, feel free to refresh. If you're watching on Twitch, it's about a 5-second delay. So if you need your information now, and seconds matter, feel free to watch on Twitch. Username is MI Storm Chasers.
Yeah, that corridor of heaviest winds went right over Ryan's location just a few minutes ago. We are getting readings of 60-mile-per-hour winds easily with that, and that's honestly not probably getting higher winds like what Ryan was mentioning. It's sometimes with it being a little bit further away, you might not get the most accurate readings, but if you're downstream by boy, I'm gonna Milan,
Mylan.
Milan. God, I keep getting. I know there's the other. Yeah, Milan. Excuse me. Sorry about that, guys. Milan. If you're downstream by Milan, I would definitely be taking heed to this. These pockets of winds here are just continuing to move off to the east, and aren't really showing any signs of weakening. So I would definitely be wary if you're just south of town or if you're in London Township as well.
Yeah, this is really the only cell in the state right now, by the way. I'm going to zoom out and take our rain radar back just to show you the intensity of the rainfall out there. Even if you're not in any winds, again, this is a torrential downpour. Flash flooding is very possible out there today. Again, we saw on Ryan's cam before we went out to chase that that ditch was filling up pretty quick, and that whole field was flooded right in front of him there in that parking lot. So again, these reds on radar is all your heavy rain. And we're seeing these gusty winds now all the way down across into Bliss, the Adrian area as well. Could see an extension here, perhaps a warning, as this is now starting to kind of put its foot down a little bit further south. So that is the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see in general relation to the rest of the state here: southeast Michigan, Washtenaw County, and Lenawee County. Again, this is heading towards Wayne and Monroe, so down to downtown Detroit. Tigers game currently ongoing right now, 3-0 to Tigers in the bottom of the fourth. That could be delayed if it obviously continues and it continues to go slow. So if you're at the Tigers game, this storm is probably about maybe an hour-ish away. If I had to guess, maybe an hour 15. So if you're at the Tigers game, probably near the end of the game, watch out for this storm if it can maintain its strength to head into downtown Detroit, Livonia, Taylor, Trenton as well. I wouldn't say any further north than Livonia, but it's mainly heading to the east, especially if it continues to dip south here towards Blissfield. We'll keep an eye on it. We're going to take Annie back full here. She has a very, very nice view on that shelf cloud now.
We'll say too, Joel, that line on reflectivity just continues to bow out, kind of more of a bow feature, which definitely would suggest these winds are just continuing to amplify here as they continue to move off to the east.
Oh. Gonna get a location here from Annie, I think, in just a second, hopefully, and hopefully get her cam back up. But again, the heaviest of winds, this is the velocity radar for those who are new here, just tuning in. Velocity radar is the sign of damaging winds. The brighter the colors you see on your screen here, the higher the wind gusts are happening. So anywhere you see green, very, very bright green, that's winds moving towards this radar site, which actually I'll go switch it back to our airport radar here. That's better view. Green is winds gusting towards the radar site. Red is moving away. So the storm is downbursting towards the radar site here, towards Milan. Almost had me second guessing myself there, Drew. But okay, so Annie is in Saline right now. So she is in Washtenaw County, kind of what I figured here. Let's take her cam back live. Just getting I'm going to look at radar behind the scenes here real quick just to make sure there's nothing that I'm missing. Yeah, it looks like it's just gusty winds. There's no hail threat in this, and I don't believe there's a tornado threat either. It looks like it's just all gusting forward here. And shelf clouds do not produce tornadoes anyways, so what you're seeing on your screen right now is a shelf cloud, although it's starting to become a little bit more raggedy and rain covered. But we're watching this. This is from Saline right now on your screen. Ryan's also up there on the top right of your screen. He is, I think he's heading north. I think he's going to check out to see if there's any damage and whatnot. He's on M52 in Lenawee County.
we're getting a few reports via YouTube that there are a few trees down. If you guys want to send pictures, feel free to send that to our Michigan Weather Report page. Right now, I'm looking behind the scenes. I'm seeing a lot of shelf cloud pictures, which, don't get me wrong, we love shelf clouds, but we want to see also damage so we can relay that to the National Weather Service of Detroit here. So if you guys do have any trees down or any damage, feel free to send that to our Weather Report page, so we can also send that to the National Weather Service of Detroit as well.
Yeah, try to keep those separate. Again, we'll take cloud photos, but if you can, please put them in our Michigan Storm Community Group page instead of our Michigan Weather Reports page. Damage only in Michigan Weather Reports. So we're going to just check out some of these cams here. Again, severe thunderstorm rolling down towards Britain, moving in right now, as well as heading right down the Washtenaw-Lenawee County line. Again, Milan, Saline, Stony Creek, Whitaker, kind of really all in the forefront of this warning moving forward. Again, no hail, no tornadoes really possible with this storm. It's just damaging winds. I'm going to go ahead and...
The reports behind the scenes from Ryan, we have multiple trees down. So once again, these winds are no joke. They are causing damage as well as scattered power outages. I'm not seeing too much on my end in terms of consumer, but it might be just being delayed too. But regardless, please take the severe thunderstorm warning seriously. We have damage being reported via our chaser, Ryan. So please take this seriously. This is a wind threat, this is a mainly wind threat, not hail threat. And if you guys are hearing sirens, that's because some counties do have sirens blaring for severe thunderstorm warnings. There's no tornado on the ground right now. It's straight line winds are moving through northern Lenawee County right now.
So if you're in northern Monroe County, again, you're not in a warning yet, but this is heading your way. So pretty much Dundee and north. Petersburg, again, the cell is kind of drifting down your way. But as it stands right now, north side of Monroe County, again, this is kind of traveling right down that Monroe, Lenawee, Washtenaw County line. Again, this is heading eventually towards Wayne County. If it can stay together, of course, it looks like it's maybe starting to lose a little bit of its oomph in the latest scans.
Yeah, winds do look like they have slightly weakened, but strong nevertheless.
Ooh, look at Annie's cam. Check out that scud. Bottom right of the screen there. Scud cloud, again, is basically... Holy cow. I'm getting a headache. Take her back when her cam's fixed there. Scud is essentially rain that's falling and being evaporated right back into the cloud structure itself. So it's rain that doesn't even make it all the way to the ground. It's falling but recondensing as it falls. So you can kind of think of it as just it's falling and then it gets like stuck into buoyancy and then pulled right back in. So that's why it looks like when you see those clouds, it kind of looks like a tornado, but it's not a tornado because it's not rotating. It's just lifting into the storm. Yeah, so Ryan is going in to check for damage right now, I believe. We'll see. Yeah, it's a lot of pixels. Warning has been trimmed even further now. So Onstead is no longer in this severe thunderstorm warning. You can kind of see if you track it out to the east here, heading pretty much right down the Monroe, Wayne County line. Should stay primarily south of US 12 at the current time. You can see this warning was also trimmed for Manchester and Bridgewater. So Ypsi is no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning. So for anyone new just joining in here this afternoon, again, make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to follow us as well. Again, we'll be doing this all summer long for the state of Michigan, as we've done over the last couple of years. This is nothing new, obviously. This is your classic summertime pop-up thunderstorms, with obviously mixed in a couple instances of severe. We do get some times where these downbursts do get very severe, 6-mile-per-hour winds. Again, it depends on how much heat and instability we can build during the day. And today, where temperatures are in the 90s in some locations, with heat index values well into the mid-90s, that is sign of where we could see some very, very strong winds breaking down out of these pop-up storms. So gusts are now starting to pop up a little bit further south now too, just south of Britain. So it could be heading towards Petersburg. Keep an eye out there. Petersburg, Dundee, definitely want to be on alert no matter what. You guys aren't in a warning yet, but I would imagine at least some sort of statement coming soon.
Those wintering, we also have additional cells popping up across the state. Once again, nothing too concerning with those. They're just heavy downpours by the Ionia, Ithaca area, as well as by the Michigan-Indiana border. But the stronger cells there look to be in Indiana anyways. Main focus is in southeast Michigan, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, starting to pop up here in Gratiot, all the way north into Isabella County as well. So kind of along and north of the front even. Which again, for those who missed our severe weather outlook, it was kind of buried in our special weather statements earlier this morning. But it is pinned on our Facebook page, Michigan Storm Chasers. Make sure to follow if you haven't already. It is pinned there. Again, low risk today, level 2 of 6 from MSC standpoint. Also equivalent to the SBC level 1 of 5. So very low risk out there today. But again, low risk sometimes can be a sneaky surprise day where we get some isolated but widespread swaths of damage countywide. I'm going to get caught up on a couple super chats here. We have Little Redhead with a $10 super chat saying, thank you for keeping us informed and safe. No problem, Little Redhead. Hopefully you're safe there in southeast Michigan. I know you were saying you're getting slammed there earlier. I also have Ghost Wolf, $4.99 super chat. Thank you guys for what you do, giving my mom a peace of mind during storms. No problem there, Ghost. Hopefully she's okay. Kimberly with a $1.99 super chat as well, and Dan with a $10 super chat saying thank you from Grand Haven. No problem. And hopefully you're enjoying a nice day out there in Grand Haven so far. All the severe weather staying away from the west side of the state for now, until perhaps later this evening. Gusty winds continue down the M50 corridor here from Britain to Tecumseh down towards eventually Dundee and Petersburg. It's gradually moving off to the east. It was about 40 miles per hour, and in fact, the severe thunderstorm warning for Washtenaw County has been canceled.
So behind the scenes here, Ryan is reporting a pull down. Not going to mention the location, but we are there is reports of damage, so that is 100% true there. It does look like, though, like you were kind of mentioning, Joel, those winds are kind of weakening out a bit.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Again, Lenawee County has been pretty hard hit so far, as well as extreme southern Washtenaw, the southeast corner of Jackson County. So again, if you have any damage from these areas, as we keep mentioning, repeating ourselves till we turn blue, Michigan Weather Reports is the page on Facebook. It's a community page, so make sure you request to join, answer the questions when you do. And again, only send damage reports in that group. Cloud photos, send it to our alternate group, Michigan Storm Community. Trying to differentiate those two today here, so that way it doesn't become too cluttered and we can actually see the damage reports. So again, anywhere in northern Lenawee County, again, these severe gusts continue, at least for the Britain area. But if you're back towards Addison, Summit City, Onstead, Devil's Lake, and Brooklyn, that's where we report. There's a lot of reports in the scanner, at least behind the scenes here, of widespread damage across the county. $4.99 super chat from Cam, asking about Chelsea, which is up here in the Washtenaw County region, north side of Washtenaw County. We'll switch it back to the DTX radar here real quick. Bear with us here as we move around a little bit. There's a tiny little cell that just popped up in 2 scans, north side of Chelsea. Otherwise, some nice stratiform rains that's moving down 94 here. Behind that, clearing for now, but again, cells can fire up and rebound quite well as we get into our peak heating hours of this afternoon here. Again, peak heating is about 3 to 4, maybe even 5 o'clock. The sun's the highest in the sky. That's when the instability is going to be the greatest. So as the day goes on, you can think of the atmosphere as a vehicle getting refueled, essentially. So this atmosphere is getting refueled. Sun's out. Pretty much no clouds anywhere. These storms are going to fire along any boundaries. The warm front especially here, draped across the center of the state. As they do, those storms too have a chance to become strong to severe with how much instability is being pumped into the atmosphere. You do have a new special weather statement coming in now for central Monroe County. So you can see the storm has drifted a little bit further south. It is starting to angle away from Detroit, which is a good thing there. In effect until, I believe that is going to be 3:30. Yeah, 3:30. 2:35, Doppler radar tracking a strong thunderstorm near Britain, 7 miles, also 7 miles north of Blissfield, moving east at 35. Almost be inclined to say southeast-ish. It has winds up to 50, no hail expected. Locations impacted by the special weather statement, not severe, but strong, include Monroe, Dundee, Ida, Luna Pier, Petersburg, Deerfield, Maybe, LaSalle, Estral Beach, Newport, Cone, Toledo Beach, Woodland Beach, Stony Point, Bally's Harbor, Azalea, Schofield, and Detroit Beach. That is the new special weather statement coming in here from Monroe County. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for northeastern Lenawee County, Tecumseh, Britain, and Clinton here. That is in effect till 3 unless it gets canceled sooner. Switching over to our velocity radar once more here again. This is our wind radar. Brighter colors mean heavier winds. We also have a downburst ongoing right now. Just popped up here in the last couple scans here on the northwest side of Temperance. So in the vicinity here of St. Anthony Road and US 23. You can see right where these reds and greens pulsed down. A downburst is where winds spread out in all directions from a thunderstorm. That is what's ongoing here. You can see the greens heading towards the radar up there to the north, reds heading south away from the radar. So all directions there. St. Anthony Road near US 23, kind of the northeast corner side away, northeast side away from that intersection. Chris Penny checking in for month number 13 here on YouTube as well. Thank you for becoming an EF0 member for month number 13. Saying just checking in. Thanks, y'all. No problem. Thank you for watching today. Go ahead, Drew.
Just going to mention, we'll have to keep an eye on those cells also by Ione County and Clinton County. They're continuing to mature here. No special weather statements on them yet, but just wanted to give everyone a heads up for anyone that lives around those regions. We are keeping an eye on those cells. Just heavy downpours with lightning right now, but we'll continue to monitor those. But main focus right now is in southeast Michigan.
So Ryan and Annie, I believe, are repositioning. Current time, I think Ryan's still out checking out for damage, but Annie is again out there near Selene, which the storm is starting to fall apart a little bit. Still downbursts ongoing. You can see here again north of Temperance and in Dundee and in Petersburg. But again, you don't really see much of those brighter greens that we used to see on radars that was pushing across Lenawee County. So that is good news there. And in fact, our severe thunderstorm warning was canceled. So we're no longer in severe ops. Round of applause, everyone. You can kind of breathe easily. Still be on alert, though, in Monroe County as the storm is moving in right now across portions of northern and central Monroe County in the vicinity of Dundee. Go ahead and take a look at those Ionia County cells just as we have a moment here now that we're out of severe. There they are. Also trying to produce some downbursts across the area. It's going to be heading towards Westphalia and Fowler once again. Kind of similar to what we saw the last couple of days. M21 corridor there from Ionia over to St. John's. We also have a strong cell in Ashley right now, probably downbursting directly over town there. And this is the M57 corridor from Middleton, Perrington, and over to Ashley. And a couple light showers starting to pop up here from Sand Lake over to Alma. And even up here in Isabella County near Barryton and south of Wynn. Yeah, that's almost certainly a downburst ongoing over Ashley right now. Some couple bright pixels in there. You can see how quickly these formed on radar here across west central Michigan. So we'll keep an eye out for future statements on these. They're popping up there along US 127, really from Mount Pleasant down south towards Lansing. So this 127 corridor, there's now a couple hail pixels starting to pop up here. Let's go ahead and take a 3D scan. I'm going to take it behind the scenes here so you guys won't be able to see it. But there is some higher DBZ values starting to pop up there. So we'll keep an eye on this little storm right here north of St. John's over Ashley as it continues to mature. Down back here to the southeast Michigan again, we cover all these storms all across the state, so there's going to be a lot of radar moving up and down today as there's a lot of pop-ups. Although right now, it's nice because there's only this one line here. Still, we got to change between two different radar sites, so bear with us here. Gusty winds outflow is starting to hit southern Monroe County now. So Dundee obviously still getting an impact to Petersburg as well. But now we got to look out for locations such as Temperance, Luna Pier, and eventually down here towards Lambertville as this connects with these cells down here that are currently moving through Perrysburg, Ohio. All information regarding Michigan storm chasers can be found on our top banner above us here, scrolling across the bottom top of the screen. If you need to enter any information, as well as our sponsors up there as well, feel free to check them out. Current time is 2:43 here in the afternoon.
Once again, as Joel mentioned, we're keeping an eye on those cells up by Ithaca, Michigan, as well as to the northwest of Lansing, Michigan, by Portland, Michigan. Right now, they're just heavy downpours, but we're watching them. I do believe we even have an outflow boundary on the one by Portland.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, can't 100% confirm that. Might be just some clutter. But we'll keep an eye on that. So we're going to keep an eye on those cells as well. But we're going to keep an eye mainly on Monroe County, where there is a special weather statement in place for those storms. The majority of the most potent storms, as you can see at the bottom of Joel's radar in Ohio, and Indiana, and those cells should remain to our south as they continue to move off to the east.
If you guys can't behave in chat again, on Facebook especially, I see you guys are not behaving. We will have you muted, so please be nice. Got mods in here always watching. If you can't control yourself, you will be banned. This is weather. Keep it weather related. Strict rules in place. Seems like it's always Facebook.
Yeah.
We are live on Twitch, X, Facebook, and YouTube. The most active community is obviously going to be YouTube here. Got a lot of our mods in our YouTube chat. Again, shout out our mods today for helping out with the stream, keeping everyone in check. Closing on the 3 o'clock hour here. We've been live for about 3-ish, almost 3 hours here. So shout out to them. Only weather related, so we can't comment on your amazing hair. Thank you. Andrew as well. He has amazing hair down there as well. Appreciate it. Obviously, like in the down times, we can talk about stuff, but like it can be off topic, just not like touchy subjects and stuff like that. Got any special weather statement coming in here for those who are saw that notification pop up in the bottom of the screen. It's gonna be for Gratiot County, so it's that cell we were just talking about over Ashley. I'm gonna take another 3D scan behind the scenes here. I really wish I could show you these 3D scans, but for some reason our streaming software does not allow me to show it. Nevertheless, nice core starting to go up to about 25,000 feet now. We'll have to watch out for some small hail there. Otherwise, this is gusty winds.
I have it pulled up right now if you want to take me, Joel.
Yep.
Special weather statements in for 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-size hail. Pull up CC here, correlation coefficient. Yeah, not seeing anything too concerning. Once we start seeing some of those different colors, as you can see, a lot of this right now is uniform. We look to see more kind of like these kind of colors right here, these green/yellow colors for hail. Also could be helpful for tornadoes, but we're not seeing anything concerning tornadic-wise with this right now. If we pull up VIL, that's another product we like to use as well. Yeah, there you go. That's where your core is, right there, newest scan. Right there would be your heaviest rain and pea-size hail. Once again, we pull up any towns here. There are no towns. Oh, nope, Ashley. Right now, actually, downtown Ashley, Michigan is getting the heaviest right now. So once again, we were watching these cells earlier on. We were mentioning them before as they were continuing to intensify. And once again, they are taking advantage of that environment in place. We also have other cells to the northwest and southwest that we'll have to keep an eye on as well. So back to you, Joel.
Yeah, that cell near Portland as well probably will get statemented soon. You did point it out, there is a little bit of a outflow boundary trying to form off of that now as well, which again will pull storms in other directions, probably further south, as well as form other storms. Again, outflow boundaries, for those who are curious, are a source of lift. We need 4 main ingredients for thunderstorms, especially severe thunderstorms, to occur, if anything. Shear, lift, instability, and moisture. Going one by one, shear is your spin in the atmosphere or speed of the winds in the atmosphere. It can be directional shear or speed shear. We have not a whole lot out there today, so again, tornadoes not really expected. We need lift. A source of lift would be a front, so a warm front, cold front, stationary front, occluded front. You can get troughs as well. And on days like today, outflow boundaries, lake breezes count as fronts. They are a source of lift. It allows these storms to kind of latch on and build up. So we need that for these storms to develop. You also need instability, which we have a lot of instability out there today. The hotter it is, usually the more instability we have. And again, with temperatures out there near 90 today across portions of the state, again, that is a lot of fuel for these storms to fire up with. And then moisture as well. Of course, we have a lot of that advecting in, allowing for humidity values to rise. Again, more moisture we get, the greater chance at, of course, clouds developing in the first place, but also a flash flooding threat. And we're seeing that in some locations out there today. It's just at least some normal flooding. We saw that in Ryan's Cam earlier there in, I believe it was the Britain area, where a lot was flooding. So some very heavy downpours out there today, at the very least, if you're not getting a severe thunderstorm.
So far today, Joel, these storms have surprisingly avoided our cameras. A lot of these live streams we've always had them perfectly lined up. But there's our Ionia cam, and the storms are just kind of popping off all away from it right now. So
yeah.
But our chasers, Ryan, definitely made up for it. Got a lot of action there. Saw an amazing shelf cloud roll in, as well as some really strong winds.
Yeah, there's your statement. This is heading right down M57, so Oakley, Chesaning would be up next if this can maintain its strength as it heads off to the east. Yeah, we're not in severe ops right now. There's no severe warnings in effect. We just have 2 statements ongoing here from Monroe County and Gratiot County now in central Michigan. Peak heating is when the sun is the highest in the sky. We see the temperatures increase to about the hottest temperatures you see during the day. So again, that's usually around that mid to late afternoon time frame. So really any time between now and about 5 o'clock, and then the sun starts going down. We start to lose the sun's not highest in the air anymore. Again, you need direct sunlight overhead for the best solar radiation, as you call it. It's also like when it comes to like solar panels, obviously you need the solar panels to be straight at the sun. It works the same way with our daytime heating. Sun angle matters the most. So keep that in mind. Again, where it's straight down on top of us, that's when the instability is rising the greatest, essentially. The cell continues to blossom up here on the east side of Ionia County, west side of Clinton County. This would be heading. It's directly over Westphalia right now, but still heading towards St. John's and eventually DeWitt as well here. Again, not special weather statemented, but I would not be surprised if they add one soon. I'm take a look outside just to see how those look to my south, because those are pretty close to me. Again, I'm in Mount Pleasant right now, so I'm away from all this action, but these cells are starting to pop up to my south, so I'm going to take a view. Very bright. Hard to tell when I'm also kind of semi-looking into the sun as well.
For those wondering, obviously we're monitoring these cells. We'll also potentially have cells to monitor, like we've been mentioning throughout this live stream, during the evening hours. Models continue to show that trend of thunderstorms happening after 6, 7 o'clock, after rush hour, kind of right around sundown. So we'll have to be on the lookout there. I do believe the better severe probabilities are now, just because we have better instability, but tonight it's kind of like a trade-off kind of a thing, Joel, where it looks like we have better shear, but not near as good instability, and it looks like we might be capped tonight as well.
Yeah. Some very gusty winds now, probably directly over Ashley. If you are here in this part of Gratiot County, let us know what you're seeing. Obviously, if it's safe to do so. Safety takes #1 priority here. Again, these winds are rocking and rolling, it appears, across portions of the Gratiot County area. Again, heading towards Saginaw County, M57 corridor in Saginaw County. So again, it's moving very, very slowly. Off to the east, of course, at 15 miles per hour. You could run faster. We'll take a look at Ryan's cam here real quick. He's back in that one location where the flooding's at. And you can just see how much it's increased in the last hour or so there. That entire lot is starting to be gone. Take a look at that, Drew. Unless you're distracted. So this is in the Britain area, I believe. It was a parking lot, and now it is a lake.
I will note, Joel, the latest scan with that special weather statement by Ashley, just east of town, it looks like CC does have a little bit of hail being detected. Pull it up right here quick. Right there. So it might have some small pea-sized hail falling right here, just east of Ashley right now, heading to the east towards Chesaning. So we'll be on the lookout here with this cell here as it continues to slowly kind of jog its way to the east. A lot of these storms are not really moving that fast. They're kind of taking their time. All of it on a loop here. And this is over a basically 15 to 20 minute time period here. You can just see it's just slowly traversing.
Sorry.
So, all good. Does Ryan have some more flooding, it looks like? Or
He did, yeah. There's also the ditch on the side of the road here that he is near. He's been pointing out that right side. That ditch has been going up and up over the last couple of minutes, last hour. Yeah, M57 is in Genesee County, but it is also in Saginaw and Gratiot County. It goes all the way west, all the way over into Montcalm and Kent County even. Ryan is in Britain, looking at some flooding ongoing, I believe. So just looking at the cells right now, that storm over down here in Monroe County is now over Luna Pier. That'll be off on the Lake Superior, or Jesus. Lake Erie. Wow, I was way off. That's crazy. Heading onto Lake Erie here very soon, probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. My mind is up north. I need to go on a vacation, I guess. Again, this is heading east at 35 down here in Monroe County. Going up to our storms up north. It looks like it's side lobing a little bit there, just on the north side of Ashley.
yeah. Yeah, if I'd be in Saginaw County, might be shocked if another special weather statement would be issued in southern portions of Saginaw County here as the storm continues to move off to the east. But otherwise, besides that, it's mainly just heavy downpours, frequent lightning occasionally, as well as occasional gusty winds. So currently, like Joel mentioned, no severe thunderstorm warnings for now. Could still change here, but we'll be watching this cell here in Monroe County as it moves off to the southeast, but we'll eventually have to keep an eye on those cells once again off to portions of central Michigan. We also have some cells by the Michigan, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio border, but once again, they're staying off to our south. They're not really heading north at all, where that would be our concerned. And look at this, Joel. You can actually, I'll mention this briefly. Look at all these boundaries here. You can really see them well here in the northern Indiana radar. So these are all outflow boundaries right here, guys. Kind of cool.
Very, very much.
Zoom in back in this cell here as it enters into southwest portions of Saginaw County. Perhaps a little bit of CC, not nearly as impressive as before.
Definitely looks like a downburst.
Yeah. Let me pull the velocity here. Yeah. Let's have cells to the southwest here. Looks like they've slightly weakened here. The latest scan. Zoom out here. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on them though. We're kind of at that peak heating right now, as Joel would like. As Joel usually mentions, it's right around 3 o'clock. Very hot out too right now.
Oh yeah.
Looking at the Cell Monroe County here. Pulling up velocity. Perhaps some gusty winds here in the southwest side of Monroe, but not seeing anything too concerning as of now. If you guys have any weather reports of damage, whether it is tree damage, power line damage, or any damage that was caused by these storms, feel free to send that to our report page, Michigan Weather Reports on Facebook, as well as to your local National Weather Service as well. I believe the majority of the damage, if there was any damage, happened more in around the DTX as well as GR region. So but for everyone that's expecting an update, quick give it here. Expecting these popcorn kind of storms just to continue to pop out throughout the day, strengthening and weakening in the process as the day goes along here. Unlike the past 2 days, we may have to pay attention during the evening hours. The past 2 days, we really didn't have anything to worry about during the evening, just because we have, when we always talk about daytime heating, as the day goes along here, as we get closer to that 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock time frame, as the sun goes down, you always notice it when you go outside, the temperatures start to drop. Well, guess what else drops? It's the instability also drops down as well. So when you have your instability values drop, your severe weather chances go down. And the past 2 days, we haven't had a lot of shear and lift present with these storms. So if you already decrease your instability as well as the very low values of instability, of shear and lift, that decreases your severe threat. But tonight, once again, shear will be on the increase because of that low pressure off to our west that's producing severe weather in Wisconsin, Iowa. That will move off to our state. Mainly, like Joel mentioned, the west portions and central portions of our state, where maybe we could have a brief window of enough instability and shear where that could cause maybe a brief severe threat, but those storms will continue to weaken as the night comes on.
Yeah, and what you're looking at on radar right now, speaking of winds, is likely a cell that's going through a bunch of different downbursts right now. Again, downburst, for those who have missed it over the last couple hours, essentially winds shooting down. It's a collapse. It's basically a collapsing storm on itself. So the center of the storm collapses down, and when it collapses down super fast, that wind also comes with it and blows out in every direction. And that's what we're seeing today. Again, you can have trees fall down in a westward facing direction because, blowing out in all directions. So keep that in mind, again, with any storm today. especially this one right now, over Ashley in extreme southeastern Gratiot County. Also, perhaps, as I switch it over to the Grand Rapids radar here, going to take a look at our winds up here. The storm south of Alma appears to maybe be gusting down as well. So heading in towards Ithaca. Looks fairly weak right now, though. Just keep in mind, though, it looks like it's trying to do the same thing as the parent storm to the south here into Ashley. Bunch of cells also up and down from Barryton down through Montcalm County into Ionia County as well over into Clinton County. Thunderstorms are still possible tomorrow. Right now there's a thunderstorm outlook, just a normal thunderstorm outlook, so just general thunderstorms around non-severe. That is the current outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, at least at the current time. We could still see a line of strong to maybe severe storms move in later tonight, overnight, primarily for northwest Michigan, as well as maybe west Michigan down towards Grand Haven, Muskegon. Once it gets to that 131 corridor, we don't really expect it to do anything severe. It's remnants of severe that's supposed to be ongoing across Iowa. You can actually see the warnings over here today. A couple of tornado warnings and severe warnings in Iowa and Minnesota right now. That stuff is what's coming into our portion of the state overnight tonight. So it would be Menominee County as well, down here towards Benzie, Manistee, Mason, Oceana, Muskegon County. Really kind of the main corridor here for these potential severe storms later tonight. Again, it's a very, very low chance that it does happen, and even if it does, it's not likely to make it beyond 131 here, which runs north-south through the state, as that instability does decrease overnight. We have a classic left split ongoing right now with this storm. A left-to-right split now heading into Saginaw County. And it's as simple as that, guys. It's a storm moving left and a storm moving right. One's heading towards Elsie right now, and this other one's heading up towards St. Charles. So pretty cool, neat feature there. Also a sign that this storm is likely doing some downbursting, going in all opposite directions there.
Yeah, we had anticyclonic rotation briefly today. Yeah, now we have a left split.
Yep. And that left split can induce some anticyclonic rotation. Again, that's rotation moving in the opposite direction than it usually does. So keep an eye on it. But right now, again, it's just gusty winds. Someone in chat says that they added a marginal for southeast Michigan tomorrow. Is that true?
I'm pulling it up right now. Yep, that is true. New marginal risk for tomorrow in southeast Michigan for a only wind threat.
I see.
Not terribly, not surprised. Models have continued to show that front roughly being positioned in the thumb, but have a brief window of maybe a few thunderstorms. Potentially that could go strong to severe given the instability that recovers. But once again, that's mainly just an East Michigan threat. It's going to be associated with that cold front. It's going to move through, and then it's going to be gone. And then, well, a brief period of more pleasant air, thankfully.
You see there's a rainfall report there at the bottom of your screen, just to the northwest of Adrian. That's in Onstead area. 1.95 inches total from that storm. So much needed rain, of course. Almost too much rain. As you can see, there's some flooding ongoing out there this afternoon. We have Ryan's cam still up there in the top right. He is in the Lenawee County area. So again, classic Michigan summer day out there. Pop-up storms everywhere. Happens all the time here during the summer months where you get a lot of instability. No severe warnings right now, but 2 special weather statements. I also have a new cell starting to pop up there. You can see on the center, right center side of your screen near Lapeer on 69. So extreme west side of Lapeer County, right where 69 goes into Genesee County. That is something to watch. I believe that is along the warm front. No rain for Ipsy. Yeah, you can see the storm is splitting right around downtown Ann Arbor and Ipsy. That's unfortunate for sure if you're looking for rain there. Feel free to let us know how your day is going out there. It's fairly sunny out there where the storms are out and away. Feel free to let us know how you're spending your day out there, away from these storms, of course, and how you guys are doing today. And we are chilling with you guys today for the afternoon. We've been live for just over 3 hours now. Watching a cluster of cells kind of in this 4-county box here. Montcalm, Gratiot, Clinton, and Ionia County. This little 4-county quadrant here where some cells are just kind of popping up anywhere and everywhere. And these are now crossing the border into Saginaw County as well, heading towards Chesaning.
Right, Joel, Ryan has an update.
Full? Got it, 1 sec. Okay, he's full. It's the ditch, the bottom right side of the screen. You can actually see the flow on that right above Ryan's name tag. That ditch is flowing very, very rapidly. There you go. Oh. Yeah, check that out. Wow. Okay, this is Lenawee County. Look how fast that's flowing. Again, that ditch was fairly low when the stream started. I think it was maybe a foot, and that looks to be probably close to 5 or 6 feet deep now. Getting pretty close to that bridge there in the distance. Yeah, this is Lenawee County, I believe in the Britain area. And that water continues to rise.
Once again, that cell that has that special weather statement is now entering into Saginaw County. I don't believe there's any. Oh, we got it right.
Apparently he's trying to speak, but I can't hear him. Got a nice shot of his knees. So this is your action currently live on the screen across the state. Again, there's only 2 special weather statements out there. The storm that's in Monroe County is now onto Lake Erie at the current time. Couple moderate rain showers still passing over Monroe. The wind threat is now pretty much on Lake Erie. Otherwise, all the storms have repositioned themselves. Again, this atmosphere needs a little bit of time to destabilize if it's going to pop up more storms later today. But up here, where there's been no storms, along the front as well, they are now forming. Wait for Ryan to come back.
Yeah, I would say the strongest cells right now look to be mainly in Saginaw County as well as portions of, I think, it's not Clinton County. I want to make sure I say this county right. Shiawassee County.
Yep.
So, once again, those cells aren't special weather statement right now. Looks like just heavy rain, some lightning as well.
Not getting anything. Special weather statement's been canceled, by the way.
Oh.
For Gratiot. Anyone? No one else is hearing Ryan, right? I'm not hearing him.
Do have that special weather statement in Monroe County, but that cell is basically outside of the state. So I would imagine it would cancel here shortly.
Yeah. Well, downbursts, by the way, are still going here across. This is M52. Yeah, M52 from St. Charles down to Oakley and down towards Elsie. Once this special weather statement does pop off, curious to see if we can take a quick break. Maybe come back here in a little bit. I will say it is pretty gusty, though, on this portion of 96 between Alto and Clarksville. So right on 96 there. I believe there's a lot of construction going on 96 too. So it's bad time to be driving on 96 this afternoon, but nevertheless, keep an eye on these. Special weather statement down here in Monroe goes until 4:30. No, 3:30, I believe it was. Yeah, 3:30. And right now, switch it to airport radar. There we go. Gusty showers in Monroe, but these are not anywhere close to severe limits. Again, we're looking for the brighter greens and the brighter reds, but this is elevated a little bit, so this is not really mixing too far to the ground. But again, if you guys know otherwise, see otherwise, let us know. But once this statement cancels, I believe we're going to be able to take a break here for a little bit. I don't know how much of a break though, because these cells are really starting to take off across Shiawassee and Saginaw County, and of course it's like right in the radar gap too, so I have to switch in between both. Got some reports of some Mattis in Saline right now from one of our chasers behind the scenes, which is pretty cool. Getting some nice sinking air being trapped in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Thank you, Matt. Sounds good. Again, if you have cool cloud photos, send them to our Michigan Storm community page on Facebook, not Michigan Weather Reports. Use Michigan Weather Reports for damage only, if possible. Go ahead and check that out right now just to see if there's anything pending that's storm related. And there's not. What if I want to? I see you, Derek. I might be getting hungry. That's why. Should we just stay live?
I mean, yeah, I think any of these storms could potentially have a special weather statement go issued soon, potentially, but I haven't really, look at VIL, though some of these might be just more heavy downpours. I don't know if they'll be. So Ionia County is continuing to strengthen a bit.
Yep.
You can see the outflow boundary too in the Ionia County.
From the Grand Rapids radar. Yep. So this little line right across here is a boundary, looks like. Keep an eye on this. Zooming down the 69 corridor here from Flint over to the state line. I have a couple cells starting to pop up here as well from Lapeer to Imlay City. Keep an eye on those. Pretty small at the current time. Otherwise, the majority of our action right now is across here. Across central western Michigan, north of Lansing. I actually have a cell popping up outside my apartment here, Drew. I'm going to go take a look at it.
Joel is currently checking out. There is a cell. It's just to his northwest that is coming towards his view right now.
Yeah.
Once again, a lot of these storms just have really heavy downpours, maybe some lightning. Not seeing really any special weather statements or warnings just because we're not really seeing too strong of wind gusts or hail. I wouldn't be shocked if a special weather statement would be issued in the near future, just because of how a few of these cells are starting to look a little bit more impressive via reflectivity. But that's just kind of like a wait and see kind of a thing. So, and that is really just watching central Michigan right now with these cells as they move slowly off to the east. Still have that special weather statement in Monroe County, but that will be expiring here very shortly. Looking across the state here, if we go into northern lower Michigan, nothing going on there right now. If we go to the UP, some light rain showers on the west side, but otherwise it's really just central Michigan that we're watching storms. I'm not saying future storms can't develop. We still have a very unstable atmosphere, a little bit capped on the east side just because of all those storms that were going on. But it's more now Indiana and Ohio that are starting to have some more impressive storm complexes starting to form. But not saying we can't get more storms. We'll have these storms here to watch in the central portion of our state, as well as maybe some future storms tonight. But that's kind of in question right now. And it would be kind of a similar threat once again. So we did mention earlier on the stream, we might have to keep an eye on some shear and some better wind shear tonight. That could increase maybe or could have a very, very low end tornado threat, but we're really not seeing that really materializing just based on multiple factors. It looks like we have a cap tonight. So it wouldn't be shocked if we had something tonight where we had a few cells maybe that popped up, and let's just say we had an area of interest of, hey, look, there's some small rotation, but it just wouldn't plant just because we don't have a lot of CAPE and we don't have the necessary forcing for something like that to happen, if that makes sense. So just wanted to mention that because I wouldn't be shocked if maybe we had it. I don't want to give an impression of like no tornado threat. And, if we have a storm that we're tracking tonight, and if we have an area of rotation, someone saying, hey, I thought we didn't have a chance. There's a chance, albeit very, very, very low. We just have a lot of things going against it. That's why we don't really have a tornado threat via SBC. It's a less than 2% chance. So like we mentioned before, it's mainly just a damaging wind threat. And Joel's back.
I didn't get food. Not yet. I'm going to go ahead and take my radar back here because there's something I've been noticing is this storm in Ashley is propagating backwards stationary. It's not even going backwards. It's literally sitting on the boundary right now in Ashley. And this could pose a problem here soon for perhaps a flash flooding threat. It's a very rural part of Gratiot County, nice and flat out there. So there's also a river there too, but mostly flat around the area. Be advised, flash flooding could be occurring very soon if this continues to drop rain directly over there. You can see it's looping right now. It's really just sitting in one spot. Looking at our winds, still somewhat gusty out there, but I think the gustiest right now is going to be right here on Buchanan Road. Nice spot right there. Could be some gusts and some hail right now directly on 96 at the Nash Highway interchange there as well. There's a lot of calmness at the surface as well. These storms are going to be sitting in the same spot too because of the lack of shear in the lowest level of the atmosphere. I'm seeing not a whole lot. In fact, yeah, our helicity values are like basically zero. There's a little bit of effective shear to the north, though, so these northern storms could get a little bit gustier than the southern, but this is perhaps going to be more of a flooding threat here across these rural portions of Gratiot and Clinton County. So we're really starting to blossom up here between Imlay City and Elmont, and pretty much traveling right down 69. But again, nothing really to be concerned about. And officially, we are in all clear mode, Drew. The special weather statement from Monroe has run its course, expired at 3:30. And you can see there's this boundary right here from Carson City down to Lowell. It's moving a little bit west. It's popping up cells right along it here too, which are only going to travel right down towards Ashley. So unfortunately for Ashley and points surrounding, it's just going to continue to dump rain. So we need the rain, but not that much rain. Switching through some of our products here. So this is ZDR radar. So this is updraft strength, basically the buoyancy in the atmosphere. Anywhere you see the reds and the oranges, that is positively buoyancy or positively buoyant atmosphere. So that's updrafts shooting up. The greens, it's basically neutral, and then anything like in the blues and the grays, that's basically the storm collapsing. There's a lot of radar products we use here at MSC to keep track of certain things going on in the atmosphere. You also have correlation coefficient, which also uses kind of a same color scale, but this is used to detect hail, sometimes debris. Right now you can see everywhere in the storm, all of these storms are showing red, which is circular objects tumbling around the atmosphere, so that would be rain. If we saw more of a yellow, a green, that's usually non-uniform meteorological objects, so that would be things such as hail. If we get to super blue, you can kind of see that actually along the outflow boundary here. It's probably picking up things such as like dirt, basically non-uniform objects that are also non-meteorological. So that can sometimes be debris, but usually it's dust, birds, things that get caught in the storm. But also in some cases in larger hail, you can also get it to be very blue as well. But again, damaging winds are the main threat today. Don't let your guard down for 60-mile-per-hour winds that can bring down a lot of trees. If you happen to be caught in a downburst, which can occur at any time underneath these thunderstorms, which tough to tell given our velocity is a little far from radar here, but right now everything looks okay. I would still be mindful if you're anywhere south of Elma right now towards Ithaca and Ashley, especially for flash flooding and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning.
Might be some very, very weak rotation in that Ithaca south.
It's merging, so probably won't last long if anything. And again, it's not really the main focus today. Just some gusty winds. But again, boundaries like to do some funky things. We saw earlier this week, I think in Eureka, there was literally large pines just snapped halfway down. That was due to a severe microburst that occurred. And it wasn't even warned, I don't think, at the time. I think it was statemented. This goes to show you that even certain things can't be detected on radar, again, especially if it's super far away from radar. So do not take these slightly gusty winds lightly, of course. Obviously, again, downbursts are possible today. 40 to 55 is kind of the average going rate. If they go severe, it'll be for winds at 60 and higher. a really cool photo behind the scenes of that storm in the Fowler area. I believe it was this one right here that we just got in from one of our mods, which is pretty cool. It basically looks like a tower. It's shooting straight up. Again, there's no shear today in the lower levels, so these storms just blossom straight up in the same spot, and then it gets caught onto a jet stream that's a little far up, probably about 4 or 5 kilometers, about 5 miles up, and then it shoots off to the east. So you have these towers, and then it's like a big hat on top. So pretty cool. JCB with a $2 super chat. Anything expected in Grand Rapids tonight? Grand Rapids, again, more later. We do have a chance at seeing some storms over here in Wisconsin and Iowa and Minnesota moving towards our neck of the woods, West Michigan, Northwest Michigan up here towards Benzie County. Overnight, in terms of severe weather, it's going to be tough to tell whether or not it's actually going to stay severe as it crosses the lake. But there's a chance. As a result, on our Michigan Storm Chasers Facebook page, we posted a outlook where the low risk basically curves to match the Lake Michigan shoreline up there all the way up into Leelanau. So just for that potential for severe to make it across the lake. However, again, as I mentioned, 131 and east later tonight, overnight, hard to get severe weather given lack of instability, and these storms should fall apart. So become more or less surface based. So thank you, JCB. Yeah, that actually, Drew, that appears to be rotating now. That's the first time today we've seen clear-cut rotation. This is directly over Johnson Road, and Johnson Road at Begoyle Road.
Yeah, it's adding in better wind shear via mesoanalysis, so keeping an eye on it. But the inflow might get cut off here as that cell kind of merges into it, but that could strengthen it too. But
there's a
lot of these cells
out.
are just kind of merging in with each other.
Yeah, there you go. Next scan pretty much kind of merged in, but we'll keep an eye on it. We do have a new statement coming in here. Get this. This is a special weather statement issued until 4 o'clock for a possible land spout tornado. Just came in from Grand Rapids. This is a possibility here. This is going to be moving very close to Perrington off to the southwest. So a special weather statement for a land spout. Drew, do you actually want to cross-post that? Just because there's a possible land spout with this one. Feel free to add additional text. So this is the only alert in the state. Also watching the cell continuing to form on I-96 here in Ironton County. Nothing really other than a downpour right now. Maybe a couple gusts of wind. Again, definitely want to be away from any of these showers and storms today as they continue to pulse up and pulse down. There is your special weather statement as it pops in there, that gray tan box-ish kind of thing. South of Ithaca down to Perrington here. Doppler radar tracking a strong thunderstorm capable of producing a land spout between Ithaca and Perrington, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, land spouts and wind gusts to 50 miles per hour. Source, radar indicated. Impact, minor damage to outdoor objects is possible. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Pompey and Perrington are in this special weather statement. And if you are in this neck of the woods, M57, north of M57 near Perrington, a land spout tornado is possible here. Again, it's basically like a weak tornado, kind of like EF0 in strength. So you do want to be taking shelter away from this thunderstorm at the current time. If you know anyone up here in Gratiot County, feel free to share the stream. If you don't, like also goes a long way, boosts it to more Michiganders. Again, feel free to hit that like button if you haven't already. Do appreciate it very much. Show you care, like and share. You can see that the scan right in here so that you can see. So what you're looking at here is their velocity. I've said it a couple times here throughout the stream, but for those who are new and just missed it, we're looking for reds and greens close together. Usually they would be on opposite sides of the storm for a downburst, but in this instance, because the radar site is down here in Grand Rapids, if there is red on the right side of the storm, that means it's counterclockwise rotation, which is true in the northern hemisphere. That would be rotation and not anticyclonic. So green's heading towards the radar, red's heading away. It peaked right here at Johnson Road and Begoyle Road, so right over that area. And now the latest scans put it pretty close to Pompeii here, close to M57. So right next to Parrington, Pompeii. Pretty much about to cross over US 131 soon.
As Joel was kind of mentioning earlier on, we also have that flooding risk that is kind of increasing too, with a lot of these cells kind of trailing one another, and they're very heavy downpours too. So, especially around that Ashley, Michigan region, where they're still getting rainfall. New special weather statement popping in now for Ionia County. .40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-size hail possible with a storm that is just south of Ionia. We've been kind of watching that one closely here as it kind of just hovers over 96. It's been over 96 for a long period of time now. If we play this on loop here, you could just see how it's been basically stationary. I'm going to switch it to more frames here so you guys can see how long it's been over there. Yeah, I mean, this cell has been over the road here at 96 for over 30, getting close to 45 minutes now. So this cell just continues to hover over 96. Once again, 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-size hail now is the main threats here as the storm just slowly travels east on the highway here.
It could also produce a flooding threat for sure. I'm going to go ahead and take this back to my radar here real quick because latest scan, Drew, really ramps up that inflow-outflow wind directly on Jerome Road at Hayes Road here. So about 2 miles outside of Pompeii. So about to cross over Grant Road, traveling right down Wells Road right now, if anything. If there is a land spout ongoing here in Gratiot County, that's where it would be. Kind of embedded also inside the center of the rain, so you will not see it coming, so please be taking shelter. Possible land spout tornado ongoing here as it heads towards Pompeii. If a land spout does do damage, it actually does get rated as like a EFU. So for those who don't know what an EFU is, it's basically undetermined. If it hits nothing, then they give it a U rating, especially since this is out in rural portions of Gratiot County out there. A lot of farm fields, some windmills out there too for sure. But again, there's a little tiny town of Pompeii. It doesn't pop up on my radar, but it's right here. There's a couple of these streets here. I've been there before a little while ago. I actually storm chased through there, and it's a nice little town of maybe about 100, probably 150 people. at most. It's heading right for you guys there. So right where the M57 exit is at 127, also heading into that neck of the woods. We have a new radar scan coming here in just a second. Latest scan continues that little pocket there. It's still, the reds have kind of gone away. Actually, no, you can see it better on base velocity there. This is going to be directly on, still on Jerome Road at Grant.
If I'd be living around this area, I'd be one, be on the lookout for that land spout, but two, the flooding risk I think is just continuing to escalate here. These cells are just continuing to grow upscale and are traveling over the same areas. We have these cells that are now traveling slowly southeast towards the Ashley area, which they've already seen a lot of rainfall. So definitely going to see a flooding risk, in my opinion, in the next 30 minutes to an hour here. If not, it's already happening now. Back to the other special weather statement in Ionia County. It looks like a new cell has formed off the outflow boundary and is now rapidly intensifying here. If we pull up, yeah, you got it. Oh, I got it.
Left split.
Yep, another left split happening here. Looking at velocity, a little bit of a downburst here on the southern cell here with that wind threat. We pull up CC here. Not really seeing too much, but we're gonna have to keep an eye on these cells here as they doing a lot of funky things today. Back to you, Joel.
Unfortunately, too far south of our cam. Our cam does face due west, so we might not be able to see it. I don't know if you have the cams pulled up or what you're seeing there.
I do not.
Okay.
Might see something maybe with those two boundaries colliding with each other, maybe. But yeah, you just probably see the boundaries on the cam right now.
Yeah. For some reason that statement still hasn't popped up on my radar. Which is really weird. It's just hovering over 96. That's definitely a flooding risk. Ashley continues to get hit here as well. I would imagine probably a flood advisory coming soon for Ashley, or some sort of aerial flood warning. Yeah, do you have rainfall on there?
Yeah, I was gonna pull that up. I was gonna pull up storm total preset.
Go for it. You're live.
Yeah, there's their.
Oh yeah.
Go to Ashley first here. This is rough radar estimation here. As much as 3 inches of rainfall just south of downtown Ashley, Michigan. It's a lot of rainfall, and with it all falling in such a short period of time, all that water has to go somewhere. So it's most likely pooling up in low-lying areas. You also can see we do have a river here too. I want to make sure I get this right. Does Radar Mega do rivers, Joel, or? Should, right?
Uh, honestly, I wouldn't know because I don't have Omega. But I have been through there before. That is, I remember it. It's coming to me. Give me a sec.
Is that Grand River?
No. Those who live out there are probably going to get it. Yeah, the Maple. That's what it was. It was leaving my head right now, but yeah, it's the Maple River.
Okay. Wouldn't be shocked if there could be future flooding there as well, as that water will most likely pool down to this river here. So a lot of things to be on the lookout here in the coming minutes and hours here. And then if we also look at the cell down here in Ionia County and pull up storm total precipitation here. And once again, another pocket of really heavy rainfall. As much as close to 2 inches of rainfall in the heaviest spot here in the past hour here. So very heavy rainfall rates, and they just continue to hover here as it moves off slowly to the east here. I'd definitely be on the lookout for hydroplaning for sure. Pull up CC here. Not seeing too much of a hail core, but regardless, heavy rainfall, flooding is definitely on the increase here. I'll be back here, Joel. I need to use the restroom quick.
Okay. So for those just tuning in, this is your live look across the state of Michigan right now, zooming all the way out, just to give you guys a good glimpse. Just some normal rain heading through Detroit, Pontiac, Oakland, Wayne, Macomb County. You also have a couple cells forming on 69 there in St. Clair and Lapeer County. And it's all along that front there from over into Genesee. Downtown Genesee, not bad. But you can see a bunch of cells popping up in northern Shiawassee County, a couple of rain showers in southern Saginaw, and then Gratiot County is where the heaviest is right now, where all those reds are. You also have an isolated cell on I-96 right now. Jeez, hiccups. There we go, better view. So isolated cell. There's I had Drew's cam up. So here's the cells on 69, Lapeer to St. Clair County. Not a whole lot going on in Genesee at the current time. Cells all the way over into Shiawassee, Gratiot, Montcalm, Ionia, and then also back here towards Newaygo and Mecosta, as well as Isabella County right now. One is just off to my west there. And also another cell popping up here near Martin. So we'll have to watch out for areas back here off to the west today. Two special weather statements currently in effect here on 96 and on 127 pretty much here in the Perryton area. Again, this special weather statement up here is for a possible land spout, and this storm down here is for 40-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps some pea-sized hail mixing in. Take a 3D slice of this storm here just to see if there's any larger hail core. Right now it's just mixing to the ground. So if there is hail, it's happening now. Up here, not a whole lot either. That's more of a wind/land spout threat more than anything. Like there's one little pixel of gustiness right here, south side of Portland Road, about to pass over Bliss Road. South side of 96, you can see these brighter pixels here on the right side of your screen. That's your wind. These light blues here, about 50 miles per hour. Statement is in effect for 40 miles per hour, so it could be a little bit higher than that now in this general vicinity. Latest scan kind of pushes it back off to the west a little bit, mixing back down to 40. So a couple instances where 45, maybe 50 are possible in this special alert statement right now. It's going to be mainly staying around 40 miles per hour, which can still bring down some branches, so don't be outside underneath any trees. It looks like our rotation that was happening near Perryton is kind of been engulfed within the line. The storm's kind of turning over on itself, turning into more of an outflow-ish, gusty-ish wind threat here. And again, this is on the warm front, so we're keeping an eye on this. There could be some funky business that happens, but right now it's just damaging winds and perhaps a possible land spout, which again, land spouts are dangerous if they do impact you. It's like a weak tornado. So again, that's what that statement's in effect for here. But this storm is starting to head somewhat outside of that special weather statement box. These storms are starting to bow a little bit south now, so Clinton County be on alert. St. John's, Maple Rapids, LC is heading your way. But the way the atmosphere is set up out there right now, there's not a whole lot moving it in the lower levels of the atmosphere. Also have some very weak upper level rotation here south of Village of Lake Isabella on M20. Again, it's too far away from the radar to tell what's actually happening on the ground. It's very close to me as well. If it gets closer, I'll be able to see it. But right now, nada. Over in Wisconsin, though, right now, there's now a tornado warning over there heading up towards Mauston. Again, that's what's supposed to be heading kind of into our vicinity later tonight. Not likely with a tornado threat, but more of a damaging wind threat. We'll have to watch it closely, especially beyond 10 o'clock tonight. It's a projected time frame, really after midnight. But the current focus right now is these storms right now in the central portions of the state. Go ahead and check in on our weather reports page here on Facebook just to see if there's any posts. Nothing additional. Sounds good. And yeah, as it stands right now, no other reports in for damage or land spouts, so we're pretty in the clear right now. If you are in any of these statements, though, you do want to be inside, obviously. Have about 1,300 of y'all in here right now watching across all 4 of our platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. Feel free to follow us on at least all of them, or at least 2 of them. If you want to be a diehard, you can follow us on them all. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma alongside Drew below. We are wrapping into the 4 o'clock hour here, hour 4 of our live coverage. Just past that. And as it stands right now, nothing severe anywhere in the state. We like to see it. While you were away, Drew, I was mentioning that there's a little bit of a pocket of weak broad rotation south of Village of Lake Isabella. Keeping an eye on it. It does not look impressive, though, on our base reflectivity radar there on the left. Again, that's coming right at me too, so I'll be able to see it and let you guys know if there's anything to be concerned about there. As it stands, though, just if you see yourself on this map anywhere within the vicinity of these cells, definitely want to be inside because again, these microbursts do mean business today. We've seen them earlier in Lenawee County. In fact, there's one right now kind of gusting out the north side here, possibly to 50 or 60 north of Perryton. But again, it's been meaning business. Stay away from exterior walls with trees next to them.
Once again, we'll have war storms that will continue to probably pop up. We have all kinds of outflow boundaries throughout the central portion of the state that are popping up via radar, which basically means we could have war storms develop. But like Joel was mentioning, these storms are currently severe. They just look to be heavy downpour makers, occasionally a weak downburst or two. I'm not saying we can't have severe weather today with these cells, but right now it's not looking likely as of now.
And our special weather statement for the possible landspout has been allowed to expire. Although the way the storm is interacting, still want to be on alert for at least a downburst. Maybe another one. We'll see. Again, it's right on that boundary there. It's making it tough to tell what's really going on. This is starting to surge down into Maple Rapids, though, right now. On the edge of Maple Rapids Road. Going right down 127. Again, this is in the central western portion of the state right now. Again, it's pretty quiet around here because there's keep repeating ourselves honestly over and over again. But main threat is some flash flooding possible. I will say this is in portions of the state where there is a little bit of a drought ongoing, so will be absorbed a little bit better. Just had a little bit of a downburst as well here on Goodmont Road at Jordan Lake Road, likely to 40 miles per hour. Outflow boundary also being kicked off of this storm now as well. You can see it's boundary madness out there. Flip it over here. Every single blue line, actually, Drew, does your radar show it better? Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Feel free to
Outflow
use your drawing
boundary-wise,
tool
yeah.
and point out every single boundary that you can find there.
You got one right here. You got another one right here. Another one right here. Kind of goes around this whole entire cell here. And then got a little bit, one that's kind of going on here. I believe there might be one over here too, but that one might be a stretch. But regardless, all these white lines are outflow boundaries. They're basically coming out of the storm with cool air that's when the storm basically collapses. Once it builds, it collapses because no shear can be lifted, collapses, all that cool air goes out. And when it does that, it's picked up via radar. And since we have so much warm air and unstable air in place, sometimes the boundaries can basically force that air upward, and then it can be a way of lifting, which then can create a storm. So you can kind of see it here. This cell right here by Portland, right there, was basically formed because of that outflow boundary, as well as a few of these storms here throughout northern central Michigan as well. So And that's going to be the case here for, I believe, several hours here, potentially, as we have a pretty unstable atmosphere here in west central Michigan of 2,000, 2,500 K, even a pocket of 3,000, right where that cell is in Ionia, which is plenty enough for storms to get up and going. So, but once again, the alignment of ingredients isn't really there, which is the reason why we don't have a severe weather outbreak going on right now. But still, an isolated severe storm could be possible today. That's why we're in a marginal risk for SBC throughout the majority of lower Michigan. So we'll be watching radar as always. Even if we're not live, we always are keeping an eye on things behind the scenes.
They just, speaking of the SBC, they just came out with the latest day one, and they put the slate pretty close to the Lake Michigan shoreline now. Marginal continues for pretty much all of the lower peninsula, minus areas north of Traverse City and Grayling. So severe areas still possible tonight, as far north as Harrisville, Mayo, Grayling, Traverse City, Beulah, West Branch as well. Even though there's no storms ongoing right now, it could be later this evening. Nice surge of wind going on here right into the Maple Rapids area. Let us know what you're feeling there. If you're here in extreme northern Clinton County, so Hubbardston, Maple Rapids, over to Elsie, that Maple Rapids Road area right across the north side of the county. Obviously, it's taking shelter is the main focal point here. It is kind of a garden variety thunderstorm at the current time, but I would not be surprised if we see another statement here at some point soon. We still have a statement as well ongoing, as you can see on Drew's screen there in the southern part of the screen there along 96, just south of Ionia.
If we pull up BIL here, we can see some smaller cores of rain and maybe small hail. Not looking too potent, to be honest. A few maybe just south of Ithaca. Honestly, the most impressive one looks to be mainly by Interstate 96. And actually, hold up. It is old too, actually, now that I think about it. For some reason, it's a little slow. So let me pull up CC instead. Yeah, not seeing anything too concerning. But we'll be on the lookout here. Really heavy rainfall once again happening just south of Ithaca, around that Ashley, Michigan area, Maple Rapids, right by that Maple River. Would not be shocked if there's localized flooding along Maple River as the cell just slowly traverses to the southeast.
With these storms also outflowing a lot today, likely to get to see a lot of shelf clouds, perhaps some wall clouds, but mainly shelf clouds. We're seeing that a lot today. We saw that already again with Ryan and Annie, who were on our stream earlier today. And again, if you missed it, feel free to go check us out on Facebook. It's kind of gotten buried on Facebook a little bit, though, with all the alerts keep going out. But on Instagram especially, again, our Instagram page is MI Storm Chasers. Feel free to follow us on our Instagram page. That shelf cloud from earlier today, Ryan got a good video of it. Feel free to go check it out there. Right at the top if you guys want to see it. So again, MI Storm Chasers or Michigan Storm Chasers on Instagram is our page there. And of course, as always, make sure to follow us on Facebook as well. Take a look outside here once again at this storm. It's coming into my vicinity. The sun's a little blinding. Only a little. Just looks dark. Taking my radar back here. Just take a nice zoomed out view here. Actually going to go over to the Detroit radar and take a look at these cells along 69 right now as well. Right over Dryden and Elmont. Some gusty winds could be possible here. This would be on Bishop Road at Dryden Road. So right over downtown pretty much. And again, that's going to be heading down. If it continues to sag a little bit south here, that would be moving down just to the north side of Romeo towards Armada. So extreme northern Macomb County at some point, but right now sticking around in Lapeer County south of Imlay City. So that is our Lower Peninsula statewide radar right now. Nothing on going up here. Take a double peek though just to see. Yeah, nothing going on up here in the northern half of the mitten. Down here, that's a whole different story here. In fact, it's quite the core I'm seeing here, Drew.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we could have some hail here soon. Just south of Ashley. I'm going to switch it back to our Grand Rapids radar. Let's see from the Gaylord radar that there's a nice core here. South side of Ashley. Looking at the 3D scan behind the scenes here. Yeah, that's up to about 25 to 30,000 feet. And building. But it's going to become too heavy, so watch out for some hail here. You can also see that on CC radar where the pinks turn into more of a orange and a yellow. That starts to become non-uniform objects tumbling around the atmosphere. So we'll keep an eye on that. As we always have been doing here over the last, really, hour at this point. Continue to downpour in Ashley.
Yeah. Besides that area of hail that we're watching, a lot of these cells are just heavy downpours or light downpours, I guess. Thankfully, this cell is slowly getting off of Interstate 96 here, where there was really heavy rainfall. It's moving off to the southeast right now. But once again, we are mainly watching right here for this zone of hail. Would not be shocked to see a special weather statement, perhaps warning, depending on how this trends here very shortly here.
The storm is also going to be drifting over into Shiawassee County a little bit. So yeah, Owasso for sure, Oakley, south of Oakley, Owasso, New Haven, down towards Ovid. If it can maintain its strength, of course, and not pulse down and rain itself out. Here's the zoomed out view. These are the only storms really in the state. It's just some normal rain down here by the Detroit region. All the cells are pretty much along the warm front right now. Pretty much along 69 from Flint over to Port Huron. And then across the M56 corridor here from Carson City over here into the Chesaning area and points south. That's about it. A couple rogue cells also along 96 right now. And south of Big Rapids up there. Very close to, that's 8 Mile Road. And I was just about to say, we're in the all clear for special weather statements. We have another one popping up right now for kind of the same area. And it will be for this main thunderstorm that we are watching.
Yep, just popped up on my end. Before, in fact, in an hour, for an hour, winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. So just a wind threat associated with this. They did not have a hail tag with it.
You said there was no hail threat?
No hail.
Oh. Interesting. Wait for it to pop up here. Yeah, there's your box. Ashley, Elsie. Well, let's see here. Doppler radar at 4:15 was tracking thunderstorms along a line extending from 7 miles southwest of Marion Springs to 6 miles west of Elsie. Movement was east at 15. It's also sliding to the southeast as well. Take that into account. Yeah, winds of 40. It says no hail. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs, blow around unsecured loose objects. Locations impacted include Elsie, Eureka, Ovid, North Star, Ashley, Pompeii, and Bannister. Ouch. So the gustiest of these winds are traveling pretty much right down Maple Rapids Road. You can see the brighter reds there just south of Ashley. Heading directly towards Elsie right now. I believe really north of that. It's going to be hard. There could be a little bit of a downburst ongoing. Tough to tell being a little bit far away from the radar site. We'll go switch back to the Grand Rapids radar once again. It's gusting out right here. I believe that is North Star right there.
Those are wondering, we are keeping an eye along the warm front. As you know, we kind of mentioned earlier today, our shear, our effective shear and spin in the atmosphere will slowly improve as the day goes along. But warm front is right now kind of right where the Ithaca area is. Want to make sure I get this right though. Yeah, I would say it's nearby you, Joel, kind of stretching from roughly Oceana County to Isabella County to Lapeer County, I believe. I don't know. I'm just giving rough guesses here.
Yeah.
Where it's roughly at. But regardless, we'll be watching that warm front as the shear will gradually increase. But the question of overall alignment with the instability shear for a low tornado threat is very low at this time. But like Joel mentioned, we're mainly looking out for damaging winds with any of these cells. It may be some hail too, but mainly damaging winds.
Yeah, I really wish I knew which little city was which here. Unfortunately, I don't have all of the city names here. So this could be North Star right here, honestly. North Star Bannister is really what it's over right now. There's a tiny little city right there. And a tiny little city right there. But they're not on my map. Drew, you probably have them. Feel free to zoom in.
Oh, that little area.
Yeah. Which one's Bannister? Which one's North Star?
Should be here, right?
Oh, that's Eureka. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Bannister's up to the right then. Oh, North Star I think is a little bit... honestly, yeah, North Star is a little bit further north. So North Star is to the northwest of Ashley, I believe.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yep. Okay. Got him. Got it. Yep. I remember North Star was really close to US 127 when there was a tornadic storm that moved through there. I think it was last year. I couldn't remember if it was north or south of Ashley, and now I know. Anyone remember that storm last year? Feel free to let us know. Or was it 2 years ago? It was one of the last 2 years. It's likely we just had some hail pop down over Wilson Road at Blair Road, somewhere in that general vicinity there. Otherwise, it looks like our core is starting to collapse a little bit now. It's elevated still up there, just below 20,000 feet. We'll see if it can collapse down further. We want it to collapse down so it rains itself out, but again, Ashley's been pummeled with rain over the last probably hour and a half now, continuously. Taking a look at outside here.
I saw some cells here on the east side of the state. Once again, similar story, kind of trailing along one another. Not seeing anything too concerning. Heavy rain, lightning being the main threats. Once again, you can kind of see it's just outflow boundaries galore being produced here. Flooding risk would be probably the main thing I'd be on the lookout for around this area here. So just kind of a overall theme of the radar is just kind of keeping an eye on trailing storms and watching the warm front, really, as well as other boundaries, but nothing too concerning as of now.
Waiting to see what this does as it crosses into DTX, honestly. Again, gusty winds all up and down this line right now. These cells back here along 69. Currently, could be some nice downbursts ongoing in there from Burrville over to Memphis, and really along Lambs Road here from Wales Ridge Road all the way over to Mayor Road. So that general vicinity, that's some gusty winds ongoing right now, not severe. Again, at the current time, with how little shear there is in the low levels of the atmosphere right now, it's going to be very hard for these storms to move, so some flooding is possible out there where the ground is saturated. Keep that in mind. Again, these storms are generally moving off to the east at about 15 to 25 miles per hour, but it's very slow moving. If you encounter flooded roadways, make sure to turn around, do not drown. Your car can be swept away as little as 6 inches of water. So do not tempt fate. Do not tempt insurance either. It's a good one to remember. And do not tempt your life either. Again, if you can't see the bottom of the road, you don't know what's underneath. There could be a complete washout, pothole. You never know. And again, 5-minute detour could save your life. So again, don't drive through it. Drive around. Sitting here, there's no severe warnings currently in effect. It's a good sign here. Get one special alert statement ongoing in Gratiot and Clinton County. That's it. For those winds, again, the storm up here in Gratiot in Clinton County was previously statemented for a possible landspout tornado. That was a little while ago for Perryton area as well as near Pompeii. Right now it is currently statemented for Gratiot in northeastern Clinton County here for 40-mile-per-hour winds, no hail. Elsie, Eureka, Ovid, North Star, Ashley, Pompeii, and Bannister. And again, these storms moving off to the east, generally speaking at 15 miles per hour, so flooding is a threat today. Ongoing. Looking at our velocity project here. Still gusting forward directly towards Elsie right now. Downburst just occurred as well near Vestaburg. See that brighter greens we're at there. And perhaps coming into Lakeview as well. It's a little far from radar. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to Grand Rapids just because. And that is true. It looks like it is downbursting near Lakeview. It looks weak though. So hopefully it stays that way. But again, beam height at that level, 3,000 feet off the ground. Also have this storm. It's basically out my window here, just down the road in Wynn. Watch that closely, as that appears to be weakly. It's been weakly rotating over like the last 45 minutes now as it's continuing to sag south. And again, these storms that are north of the front, what to keep an eye on. But again, the main threat today is still gusty winds. As you can see, boundary mayhem out there today. Every little green line you can see on here, so you can see my mouse. There's a green line right here, or blue line, I should say. Blue. You have a blue line that goes sideways like that. You have one right down through here. You have one right through here. One right in there. One right in there. And I think there's, yeah, just an extension down here. Every single one of those little blue lines is a boundary set off from a thunderstorm. It just induces lift, allows for some funky things to happen. You know, crazier things have happened on days like today. Again, we see these pop-up storms days all summer long, every single summer. But again, in years past, there has been some funky things that have happened. Let's hope that doesn't. But as it stands right now, gusty winds are ongoing. Could be a minor downburst ongoing here in Lake Odessa, directly over Harwood Road. Keep an eye on that. Tiny little cell. That outflow boundary is continuing to pull those 3 cells here further south towards Grand Ledge, Sunfield, into the woodland area.
A small downburst is happening. Southern portion of Ionia County with that furthest back storm on the west side.
Yep. As I mentioned that, they just statemented it as well.
Special weather statement is in effect for 59 minutes here. Threats are wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour, so just under severe criteria. The cell moves off to the east-southeast. Locations impacted would be Sunfield, Lake Odessa. If we switch up to velocity here. Yeah, there's your heavier pocket right here. Focused just northeast of Lake Odessa. You can see it flare up here. We put it on loop. Actually want to switch the frames here quick. See it kind of ramping up here just northeast of Lake Odessa, northwest of Sunfield. Road names out here would be if they actually pop up here. State Road, South State Road, as well as Musgrove Highway, and a bunch of other smaller streets here. If they care to load in here.
So really just all up and down M66 there, south of 96.
Yeah.
Clarksville Road,
really
Henderson Road, Bipley Road, north-south road of Goddard Road, and Harwood Road. Really just north of Lake Odessa, south of 96 there. It's heading towards Woodbury and Sunfield right now. Yeah, there's another pixel coming in right now. Some gusty winds. This is definitely downbursting right now. Specifically right at the intersection of Bipley and M66, about to cross down towards Musgrove Highway and M66, as you were mentioning, Drew, there. If you switch over to my radar, you can see that little yellow pixel right there. That has been expanding a little bit, and that is winds of definitely not 5. Hold on. Oh, add a 0 to it. 50 miles per hour. So that is what they have it statemented for, that 50 mile per hour winds. Switch our radar sources here real quick just to see how it looks from Detroit. Still gusting also over here on Yeager Road in St. Clair County, but we'll see if there's a statement on that soon. That's pretty close to 40 to 50 mile per hour winds there, possibly there in St. Clair County. But again, right now the 2 statements are for Ionia and extreme northeastern Clinton County. You got the brighter the reds here, the heavier the winds. Hopefully we get a break here, Drew.
Yeah. A few of these cells are kind of weakening. It's more just the Ione County cell that bears watching. Those wondering, newest guidance continues to show additional storms during the evening hours, so we'll see if that happens. Obviously, our main focus are the storms that are happening right now, but we're going to be watching that warm front closely for tonight as well.
Warm front draped across from Muskegon over to Stanton, over to Alma, over to Chesaning, down to Flint, down to Lapeer, Imlay City. It's really kind of raggedy right now because the boundaries that are, the 17 different boundaries that are out in every direction right now are making it tough to figure out exactly, especially with the wind direction in all different directions. But that's about the rough location. Again, severe, still possible through 10 o'clock this evening for anyone in the lower peninsula, whether or not you're near the front. The atmosphere down in southern Michigan currently trying to recover from the earlier storms, obviously because there were storms earlier in the day. It got rid of all the juice, prevented much of the juice from forming, but as we get into the afternoon hours here, as we get into the evening hours, we're at peak heating right now. So it is refueling the atmosphere, but that surface cold pool would need to warm back up as well in order to get more surface-based parcels to lift into severe thunderstorms. If that makes any sense, hopefully it does. If not, just know basically you need a rebound of the heat in southern Michigan to kind of sum things up. Otherwise, right now, again, where storms were not this morning are where storms are at right now. So again, that warm front is somewhere across Muskegon, Montcalm, Gratiot, down through Genesee, Lapeer, somewhere in there. Again, it's tough to tell where it's at because of the 17 different boundaries that are ongoing. But it hardly matters. Again, there's boundaries out there everywhere today that are inducing lift. So just know severe weather is possible for anywhere in the lower peninsula through the remainder of this evening. Taking a look back down here at the gusty winds, it looks like they're peaking right now, and they're starting to dissipate just a little bit. So I believe the current time, I'm going to go ahead and let the radar loop for y'all. I'm actually going to check on our DTX radar here real quick just to see what this storm is doing over here in Elmont. And it's actually gusting forward. So I'm going to wait. I have 55 miles per hour here on Firth Road in St. Clair County. So I'm at least going to do our shout-outs right now. These are our sponsors for today's live stream. We do them once a video, and sometimes they're always scrolling across the top, so feel free to support them up there. Again, these are our trusted partners as well. They're vetted. Insurance, titles, you name it, all the works. Again, through us here at MSC, we have an extensive background process, so that way you guys have a trusted source partner to turn to after severe weather for our advertisers. So with that being said, again, these are all in different locations around the state. We'll list them off here in just a second as we go through them. But again, feel free to check out these sponsors, trusted partners, as we scroll through them here as we start to wrap up this live stream, part one for now. And again, we're going to try and take a little bit of a break here. It might only be a couple minutes if we get more severe weather forming here in just a second. But our sponsors, as listed, starting with our longest running sponsor, Storm Guard, based out of North Metro Detroit. All your roofing and construction needs down there. Storm Guard is the go-to. You also have Lifestyle Exteriors, based out of the Central Michigan region, from Lansing to Traverse City. Cat's Roofing and Siding, also in that Lansing area, but running from Lansing down to Battle Creek, Potterville, Michigan specifically. Pro Powder, if you need any powder coating needs, signs, turn to Pro Powder. That is the number on the screen there for that, based out of South Haven. Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding for roofing in St. Clair and Sanilac counties. McKay Tree Specialist, based out of Southeast Michigan. Kuiper Tree Care, based out of West Michigan. And Goalie Tree Pro, based out of the Kalamazoo County area. For all your barn dominium needs, FBI Buildings is your go-to for those across the Lower Peninsula. On Top Roofing, Livingston County sponsor there for your roofing needs in the Howell region. Snyder Commercial Building Solutions, based out of Lansing, for all your commercial roofing needs. And for all of your adjustment needs for insurance, Shield Public Adjusters is your go-to there, also in the Lansing area. Floor Coverings International in Michiana for all your flooring needs in the Michiana region. Top Gun Roofing Exteriors, based out of West Michigan. A-Class Construction and Restoration, also based out of West Michigan. Specifically Mason County, by the way. Rainbow Restoration, based out of Kent County in West Michigan. Guardian Technologies, our Skynet sponsor for all of your security cam needs there, based out of Burton. And our newest sponsor, Rapid Radios, for all of your LTE wireless communication needs, tuned to Rapid Radios, and it is MSC's new trusted partner for all things chasing communications. We will soon be using those here. We've been installing them for all of our chasers here at MSC, and soon we'll get them here at the studio as well to use to communicate with all of our chasers. So again, shout out to all of our sponsors. We can't do it here. We can't do what we do here at MSC without their help, and of course without your help either. Whether or not you guys support us monetarily or just through liking and sharing the stream, it all helps just the same. So we appreciate all of you very much, as well as our sponsors, for keeping things going here at Michigan Storm Chasers 24/7, 365 days a year. And if you missed any of those sponsors and you want to go back and see them, feel free to pause the stream and rewind it and take a screenshot. Gusty winds continue south here, crossing over Kendall Road, traveling straight down Palms Road, about to cross over Gratiot Avenue between Richmond and Marysville. Not currently statemented at all. And in terms of our storms that are statemented, taking a look at them right now, gusty winds for sure 40, maybe 50 tops, but I believe, other than couple cells up here. Sorry, I'm kind of flying all over the place. There's cells all up and down the radar here. So wind downbursting right now, perhaps here near Lakeview as well. Otherwise, I think we're good to roll the outro for now. Don't worry. Again, we'll be back as soon as there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's issued. We've kind of been going a while now without a severe warning issued, so gives us a break to, I know, maybe go get some food, tempt fate a little bit. But Drew, if there's anything else you want to add, feel free to say it now. Otherwise, we'll hop off.
Yeah, I think you kind of summarized everything. We'll be keeping an eye on radar as always. There is still that potential for an isolated severe thunderstorm warning to be issued. We're going to be keeping an eye on that warm front going into tonight. And as always, we'll have you guys covered. Once again, thank you, Chasers, Ryan and Annie, for heading out, as well as our moderators. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a big team effort here. Again, all the sponsors, the donors, you guys just watching, supporting, liking, you name it. Appreciate you all very much. As always, make sure you're following us. If you're a diehard, you can follow us on like all 8 of our social media platforms. You have Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, X, Threads, TikTok, and Blue Sky. I think I named all 8 there. Username on all 8 is MI Storm Chasers. You can also just search Michigan Storm Chasers. It will come up. And yeah, if you would like some merch, some MSC merch, we plug it every once in a while. Helicity.co is our store. It's a weather superstore. You can get anything weather related or MSC related, and there's also radar scope related merch in there as well, if you'd like to check that out. Otherwise, we'll talk to you guys soon. I'm assuming at some point later this evening. Could be as soon as a couple minutes from now. We're still watching and waiting behind the scenes for these cells. Again, some downbursts ongoing directly in Lake Odessa right now, where that special weather statement is in effect for 50-mile-per-hour winds. So if you're in Lake Odessa, bunker down, wait it out. It'll be over soon. Give it probably 15 or 20 minutes there. And of course, as always, watch out there in the Ashley, LC, Ovid area, kind of where the rain's been going on in the last hour and a half. Otherwise, make sure to have a weather app on you behind the scenes, specifically like a radar app. Speaking of Radar Scope, you can check out Radar Scope there. You can download on the App Store for $9.99. Just covering all my bases here while we go offline for a little bit. Make sure you're weather watching out there if you have plans. And we'll talk to you guys soon here at Michigan Storm Chasers, I'm sure, as we continue into the summer and the days beyond. Take care, everyone. We will talk to you all very, very soon here at MSC.